Okay, and we're live. Yep. You can't see it in the chat, but we do have a couple of people already waiting here. And, boy, you can see I have a lot of tabs queued up for today. I got a lot to talk about. But before we jump into the drama, I do want to play a game first because as much as Mr. Orc would like to joke about me only talking about drama and not actually, or people only here for the drama and not actually the game, I do still want to review games and not just talk about drama. But the drama is fun, and it does tend to drive more traffic than just playing some no-name indie games that no one gives a shit about. So, I also do want to mention there is not a monster behind me. My girlfriend is being less shy today. She's not going to be on stream, but she wants me to make sure I don't move my chair and show her face, but she is just behind me there on the sofa. So, anyways, before we get into the fun drama, let's play a game. Let's have some fun first. And I will mention that the games that we are playing today, the RPG Maker games that we're playing today, are very much built mostly RTP, and that is very much for a reason. Possibly girlfriend reveal. If she needs to get up to use the toilet, I don't know what she's gonna do. So you may see her. I don't think she thought that one through. Anyways. Yeah, so like I said, these games, the RPG Maker games that we're playing today. Oh, hey, Bold Spirit Game Studios here. Bold Spirit is actually the developer of Red Trigger, which is the non-RPG Maker game that I'm going to be playing today. So sorry, I think this is Max. Max is, if I recall correctly from the Discord, was the name of the head guy there. This is a little bit bigger than your average indie game that we look at. They actually have I believe we would call them employees that work for them. So I feel so bad for Red Trigger. Red Trigger is kind of like the third wheel. You go out with your friend. And your friend brings their girlfriend. You're having a good time. You're going out for dinner. And then all of a sudden, your friend and the girlfriend are having an argument. And you're just stuck there. Just trying your best to enjoy the meal. Oh, poor Red Trigger being the third wheel here. So, anyways, man, when I glimpsed at the title and saw red, I thought No, I'm not playing Icy Red, although it is funny, you are right, that they both have red in the name. Since the dev's here, let's just go ahead and show off Red Trigger. Red Trigger actually released in 2016. We'll talk some more about this when we get there. But Red Trigger, originally, and since the developer is here, and he said yes it is, so I believe that means it is Max. Thanks for joining us. He can clarify. I believe this originally started out as a student project, but Oh, the Red Genie game. Oh, no. We're not playing that game. We are talking about that game, though. Anyways, Red Trigger started out as, I think a student project. But then recently, they actually, completely remastered their old student project to kind of show, hey, we're a real studio now, and we want to make Red Trigger 2. If I understand the story correctly. And since Max is here, he can clarify that as well. So that's the non-RPG Maker game that we're looking at today. I'm pretty excited about it. I played Red Trigger, way back when it released back in 2016. Boy, have the years flown by. I had completely forgotten about this game, but thanks to Steam's, it says recently updated on the store page, and Red Trigger was there, and I was like, Red Trigger. Wasn't that really small puzzle game? Yep, it was my final student project that I made by myself in 2016. The mandatory real game. Yeah. The mandatory real game while we look at all the other little tiny indie games that pale in comparison at the might of a real game engine. So, maybe this will take you back, Max, from the days of struggling through how to make a game. Like I said, the games that I've chosen are games that are built mostly with like RTP assets, and there's a good reason for that. I gained AAA experience on Assassin's Creed in the meantime, but in 2020 I found it bold spirit like I always wanted to. Man, living the dream. Living the dream. Well, the rest of us tiny little game devs here, I believe everyone here in the chat is a game developer, but maybe not of the same pedigree. Mr. Orc Simple Gaming here has made a fine little game himself. I have that pulled up here. He has a little game jam game here. And we're going to be looking at some more of this stuff later. I pulled these up for a reason as well. And D7 is, I believe, making a game, but I don't know where it is. So, and I'm making a game as well. So we're all game makers here. Anyways, sorry. I just want to chat. Let me try to get to the point. Yeah, these are all RTP games. And since we have some people here who may not be familiar with the terminology, RTP is runtime package. It's the default assets that come with the RPG Maker engine. It's the assets that tend to give the engine a pretty bad name because the engine makes things so simple, any person can just use the engine out of the box using these default assets and tend to make shitty games that give the engine a bad rap. And so, yeah, because of the drama that I want to talk about today and something specifically addressed in that drama, I have picked games that have been built mostly with RTP for good reason. So, anyways, first up is we have Dungeonpath here, which... Oh, excellent logo design. So, let's see. Dungeonpath is a turn-based dungeon crawler RPG inspired by dungeon encounters in Octopath Traveler. It's a project made for fun and published for free so everyone can enjoy it. Or hate. Glad. I can't say that I will like these games, but I definitely think they're a cut above the drama. Yes, this game's made using RPG Maker, using RPG Maker assets. It is not the usual RPG Maker game, though. Don't judge it before trying, pretty please. I do think it's a little bit weird to point that out, but I do see some pretty interesting stuff going on with, like, traveling a grid here or something. So, I don't know. Let's find out. Let's launch the game. And... why did F4 not... Oh, it's, wait, no, it is MZ. Shouldn't MZ be F4? What up with that? Okay, maybe they disabled that. Maybe it's in the options. We can start the timer. There we go. Battle animations. We'll put it on fast. Good old RPG Maker cranking the default volumes down to 20%. Put always dash on, remember cursor, full screen. Not your usual RPG Maker game. Every other RPG Maker tip about that game. Even I did that with my first RPG Maker game. Even me. Literally every single one. Alright. Let's start. Reina. A bustling city at the center of the continent. Scholars, merchants, travelers, families. A place of people for people. A place of people for people. That's probably the correct inflection there. A land of peace. Until the tower appears. God, I hate scrolling text. It's just... Usually it's too fast, so I appreciate the dev not falling into that trap, but... Just let the player control it, please. Suddenly and mysteriously, the cursed dungeon arose. Monsters started coming out of it, bringing chaos and despair. After much effort by the people's militia, together with the king's guards, the monsters were held away from the city, so life could still endure. Many years have passed, but danger still lurks in the heights of the tower. Soldiers, scholars, artisans, every capable hand united to found the Adventurers Guild and put together capable heroes. I didn't even check the volumes. How is it looking? It's a little bit quiet, huh? To fight against evil once and for all, now explorers from all around the world journey towards Reina to venture into the ever-changing dungeon. You are one of them, and this is your story. That should be the end. The Dungeonpath. Even the fast forward is still slow. Oh my gosh. Well, okay, there we go. Well, like I said, I appreciate them not falling into the typical trap where a lot of these games will, like, do scrolling text, and it's like, yeah, it might look like that's a good speed, but you gotta consider people's actual ability to read, and it's actually, like, flying by. So it didn't fall into that trap, but this is, like, the problem. Like, everyone's reading speed is different, so I don't know. I don't see a necessary reason for the text to, like, auto-scroll like that. I don't know. It's like, it feels like it would just be better to let the player, like, have control over the text. So, I don't know, put a big old message box here at the beginning. Who the dev? Who is the dev? They've disabled F4, so I don't have my hotkey out. The dev is Puny Magus. All of the games are always, I always link all the games down in the description. And Mr. Max, don't you worry, sir. Not only is your game linked down in the description, but so is your Kickstarter. So all of that stuff is linked down in the description. Sometimes I forget, but I usually also, after the stream, will copy a lot of the description text and also put it in a pinned comment after the stream. Occasionally I forget to do that. If you care, and if I haven't done it, if you are someone who's watching the archive and I haven't done that yet, feel free to post a comment saying, yo, buddy, you forgot the pinned comment, and I'll be, all right. So, select your hero. We got a long list. I hope it gives a description, because, I don't know. Usually sword guy is like the kind of, you know, jack of all trades, like it's the easiest route, or kind of like the neutral point, I guess you would say. So let's do sword guy. I'm gonna assume that's warrior. My courage is yours. So, no description on the classes. Oof, my man, oof. I mean, the names are... Some of the names are descriptive, but, like, I don't know. It would be nice to have some sort of description out of what the classes do. You finally arrived at Reina. Take your time to visit the stores and get acquainted with the city. Where to go next? Adventurers Guild, Holy Ground, Inn, Library, Shop, Tavern. That's a good question. Where do I go next to progress the game? Maybe the Adventurers Guild? Welcome to Reina's Adventure Guild. Considering I've never seen you around, I take you're new here. Is that right? Yes. Great, my name is Reina, and you are Clive. Pleased to meet you. Okay, let's proceed to our training guide. It's actually kind of quiet for you guys, but it's loud in my headphones, man. Getting the balancing right is always tough. Our guide is composed of 5 steps, and by the end of it, you'll understand everything you need to be a successful adventurer. Step 1. The first step is be ready for anything. We never know what may happen while you're exploring the dungeon. With that in mind, never forget to visit all the facilities around town and get yourself ready before going out on an adventure. So, let's proceed. Socialize. That's right, a strong team is the key to success. During your adventures, you'll face many adversities, and being part of a team will help you deal with any kinds of situation. Besides, who knows, maybe you'll end up finding the love of your life. The third step is retreat. There's no shame in running away to live another day. The dungeon. Yeah. If you ever find yourself in a pinch, don't think twice and run for your life. I'm getting a little antsy on this. I almost kind of would have preferred if they didn't make me have to select the different steps. Like, if you're going to give me the tutorial, would you just please give me the tutorial? I see my camera's also covering up the text. Sorry about that. I don't want to fuck with my layout. Sorry. I'll read the text like I usually do, so just believe me. So let's proceed. So yeah, you can at least see the choices here. Yeah. I don't know, if you're gonna give me the tutorial, just give me the fucking tutorial. Don't make me have to, like, pick this shit. If it's all important information, then just give it to me, man. If there's, like, you know, sometimes you have tutorials, like, they would separate into, like, basic and, like, advanced, and that's fine. But, like, all of this seems like it falls under the same basic category. And so, I don't know, just go through the whole thing. I've been telling you about it, but what exactly is it? How does it work? The truth is, no one really knows. That's exactly why we need adventurers like you to explore it and help us understand. Now, if you want to go on an expedition to explore the dungeon, I'll be your guide. Just talk to me again when you've prepared. Also, I suggest you visit the library. They keep track of every finding and study related to the dungeon. There you may find useful information whenever you need. Ah, you're gonna make me do more reading? The fifth step and last step is training. If you want to be a good fighter and lead your team to victory, you'll need to train. So be sure to visit our boot camp. Is that not what this is? Our boot camp is for training. Is that for, like, grinding? Our soldiers are always glad to teach and show off their skills, of course. Okay, so I guess it's like skill training. I hope. I hope it's not another different area for more tutorials, because it sounds like we have our basic tutorial here, and then the advanced tutorials over at the library. I sure hope that the arena or whatever it was is not like your combat tutorial area. If you're interested in our training course, talk to me again and I will show you the way. Okay, I'm done. That's it then. I hope all this information will be of help for you somehow. You know, locked in an office and all, this is the only way I can contribute to our cause. Is there anything I can do for you? I'm sure this is not what the developer wants you to do, because I know they just talked about having you, like, go explore the town and talk to people and prepare for an expedition. But what happens if I just do it? Allow me to register your destination and you shall proceed right away. Interesting. You can jump to any floor right from the beginning. Like, is the answer, like... Oh, okay. I'm sorry, but this floor has not been mapped yet. I can only guide you to the floors you've already mapped, except for the first floor, of course. Interesting. I mean, I don't know about MZ, but I definitely do know that there are plugins that you can, like, conditional choices, where, like, only choices will show up if certain conditions have been met. So, or I don't know, I mean, this could also be evented pretty easily within MZ. Well, I don't know, with the number of floors, it'd probably get out of hand pretty quickly. Maybe not. The conditional choice plugin would probably be necessary. May the flame of hope never fade from your sight. Aha! What took you so long? What is it now? I know you're confused, but there's no need to keep this ugly face. And no, I'm not going anywhere. Unless maybe going with you. Smile, let's see. You're Clive, am I right? Yes. See, no reason to get worried when two people know each other's names. I mean, they are friends, right? Fine, sure. That didn't sound nice, but I'll take it. Okay, enough jesting. I'll be honest with you. Hear me out, okay? At least one time, pretty please. Okay. Yeah, it's weird to show all of them at once. Yeah. Yeah, so this is the thing, right, with RPG Maker is that, like, you know, of course, one thing about RPG Maker is the appeal of it is that most of us are not really programmers, but we do have plugins, right, that if the smart people who do know how to program can create the function, and we can just plug it into the engine, and that function is now added. Hooray! It is funny that by default the engine does not have conditional choices built into it. However, considering it is a pretty necessary function, especially for RPG games, yeah, it surprises me that this developer did not implement something like that. I knew it! My name is Faye. I know, right? I am a fairy! And it's so nice to meet you finally. I wish I was unique, but to be honest, you're not the only one to meet a fairy. In fact, every adventurer to set foot in here will meet their guide fairy. But hey, I'm unique to you, right? I'm glad you can at least see the choices. We'll do ... Aww. It's okay, maybe you end up enjoying my company after some time, I hope. As I was about to tell, I'm a guide fairy, and I'll accompany you on the adventures. That's why every adventurer will meet a fairy like me. It's not just the no programmer thing, to be honest. It's also a lack of game design knowledge. Having all the options available at the start doesn't hurt anyone, but it looks jank. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the thing, right? Is so, like, with RPG makers, oftentimes, I joked to Chaucer about this, Chaucer being my programmer, is that oftentimes I think devs who are taking, like, development in RPG Maker seriously wind up spending a lot of time and money trying to deconstruct the engine rather than trying to build in new functions. It just sucks. I'm eager to try out different engines. I've gotten my experience now. Once my game is finished, I'm gonna go play with some other engines, okay? I might be back to RPG Maker, but I'm tired of having to, like, rip apart the engine. Oh, by the way, dudes, thanks for wrecking Chaucer. Yeah, I know, right? Chaucer's really good. As I was about to tell you, I'm a guide fairy. Now I'll accompany you on your adventures. That's why every adventurer will meet a fairy like me. Not sure why. To tell you the truth, we're born right when an adventure ends this... Right when an adventurer enters this place. It's like we're fated. Yes, I do have some knowledge about this situation. It's in my mind somehow. Sorry, I don't really know how to explain, but I can assure you of one thing. I'll guide you to the best of my abilities and help you whenever and however I can. Fairy promise. There's 2 S's in that. I don't know if you could see it. I don't know if that was a purposeful misspelling or not. I do think maybe the developer does not speak English natively, because there's been some strange grammar in there. And also, oh shit, I just reset the timer. Okay, well, I saw it. It was basically at 15 minutes, so we're giving the dev 15 minutes. Shit. Anyways, I meant to pause the timer, not reset the timer. Because I was gonna say, I don't know if this is because, you know, I've been taking breaks to chat, but I feel like this has been kind of wordy. I really just kind of want to get into the game and stop being talked to. Can we speed things up? Let's start the timer again. Okay, they already had 15 minutes, so they get 15 more minutes, and then their time is finished. How to explain weird stuff happening? I don't know, magic or some shit, yeah. I could move away. I could move my camera away. I could do that. I don't want to mess with my layout, though. Excuse me, I'm sorry if my presence scares you off. Don't be alarmed, I mean no harm. Just so you know, you don't need to worry about Faye. She'll come in contact with you whenever she's got something important to tell. So please take good care of her, and thank you for playing with one of my creations. I truly hope you have fun. Please enjoy your time in Dungeonpath. The Maker. is not actually the boss from my game, but I believe this is the developer. Okay, I can finally move. Oh. Come on. Are you waiting for? What are you waiting for? Let's have some fun. I know. No. Okay, we do have WASD. That's good. I didn't see key binding options. Yeah, there's no key binding options. Also, while I'm here, though, I can turn up the volume a little bit. Oh, good. They actually do it in steps of 5%. Okay, there we go. How's the mixing now? Still a little bit on the quiet side. That's like already 3 fields in the... Yeah. Alright, let's see some combat. Obligatory slime, of course. This was not planned, but this is interesting. I believe this is a weapon switching mechanic. Mr. Oric probably already knows why this is interesting, because he knows what I'm going to be talking about later. Alright. We have... Oh gosh, this UI is so tiny up here. I almost missed that for a second. Alright, let's just do a regular attack. Oh gosh, that's loud. Oh, it's loud for you guys too. God damn it, just can't get the balance right. It has that. And they don't have the cool, like, hover over the state thing to read what it does. Is it confused? Maybe it's confused. Maybe this is that thing I should have gone to the library to read about what that is. And now it's gone. And now it's back. Ah, I see. There's like a shield thing, huh? And that shield thing, like I break it? Yeah, and it says break there too. I mean, these menus got style, at least. I think these menus come from... I'm honestly not sure. Is it Olivia's Octopack Traveler plugins? So the little map reveal thing is kind of neat. That's Octopath. Okay. There's some steps. We should finish charting this floor before moving on, otherwise we'll lose our chance to win a bigger compensation from the guild. Okay. Oh, it won't even let... Oh, okay. Wow, that's weird. Why is there a weird delay like that? I thought they were finished talking. Oh, I see. Okay, this is... I see. The goal is like we gotta... A bag? Let's see what's inside. Okay. Lucky fairy power, here we go! My game is at least twice as good. Oh, $186, not bad. Oh, is it gonna make me walk over every tile? I don't know if I really particularly enjoy that. That seems kind of tedious. I like the map reveal thing, but if they actually want me to have to step on every single tile, come on, man. What is this, like Pac-Man? Oh, he's got a 2 for his shield. Let's use our warrior abilities. What do they do? Increase the user's attack for 3 turns. Attacks all foes with the sword. 200% multiplier. It's a 200% Markiplier. His defense went up. Let me use my abide skill. And then we break his shield, right? And now I'll do bonus damage. Let's do the 200%. 200% Markiplier. 91? What was I doing before? I felt like... Was that 200%? Oh yeah, okay. So I think they did say that the guild or whatever will give you a greater reward for the more that you map out, right? So that kind of implies to me that you don't have to explore everything. It's just if you want more of a reward, you should explore everything. So... yeah, okay, I can move on to the next one. So I'll just kind of grab some of this stuff here and here. I'm not going to be a perfectionist, but I'll just, you know, just a little bit. Just a little bit. There we go. Ah, that's good enough. Okay, let's move on to the next floor. Remember to visit the Adventurers Guild to receive our compensation for charting the dungeon floors. Okay, at least you don't have to chart the whole damn thing. I wonder how much that's going to impact my reward, though. Oh, this one is cool. A teleport pad. Though this, we can return to Reina at any moment, but there's a caveat. We have to pay a fee to use teleportation. Reina's government enforces the payment for maintenance purposes. You know how it goes. Everything has a cost, right? And I have no idea why I know all of this. Okay, neat. Maybe we should take a break and go back to town for a while. What do you think? Nope. Back to work then. Wow, that was expensive too. It was like $250. The little bag of goodies that I found earlier was... how much was it? It wasn't 200. It was like 108. 186. I don't even have enough to teleport out. I guess we'll do some combat. How much does the... okay, so they now have initiative here. So... I don't know. Are they out-leveling me that quickly? How much is one level in the tower? Is it one level for the enemy? Yep, government charging for teleporter that you discovered. Nobody has ever found this before, but they charge somehow. Look, don't you start going looking for plot holes. Gosh, you level up really slowly, huh? If you... whoa, why did it get so loud? If it levels up so slowly like that, it makes me wonder if there's not that many levels that your character can gain. Because like in my game, there's only 10 levels, so, you know, each level that your player can gain is... it takes a little while to reach the next level. At least I hope that's the case for this game. If you have 100, if your character has 100 levels that they can reach, and you level up this slowly, I don't know who's fucking reaching max level in this game. This is not happening. They want you to grind through all the levels. That's not going to happen. And for a game that's similar to my game's theme, I'll go checking for all the plot. Okay. So we'll just use our abide thing again. Man, the health thing is so tiny. You need to step on all the tiles in order to get to the next floor. If so, that's quite intense. No, it doesn't seem to be that way. It seems to be that, like, the guild, the Adventurers Guild or whatever, will pay you for the amount that you explore. So the game is trying to encourage you to step on every tile to get the best reward, but it's not necessary. I do feel like it's still kind of tedious because, like, I don't know, I feel like you should have, like, maybe a range. Like, having to actually step on every tile is just, like, Like, give me a break, man. I already revealed the tile itself. Obviously, like, you don't have to... I don't know. It feels pretty tedious to me to have to actually step on every tile. Sadly tedious. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, 172 tiles for this floor if I want to get the best reward. I haven't found out yet how much that actually affects my reward. Like, if it's a multiplier, then obviously it's gonna kind of rise exponentially, right? So, ideally, exploring all of them would get you a really good reward. But if it's just like additive, like you get 1 gold for each tile explored, then it's like, oh, okay, then, you know, no big deal. I missed 1 tile, I lose 1 gold. No big deal. So I'm not sure how much that actually affects it. We'll have to see. I'll try to go back to town before the timer ends so we can see what kind of reward I get. I'm not really sure how to get back to town now that I think about it. Is it only the teleporter, or do I have to, like, climb back down through... Like, it's basically kind of like either go all the way down all the floors, which right now it's not a big deal because it's only 1 floor, but can you imagine if you're on, like, let's just even say floor 5, like, even at floor 5, that would be crazy to have to backtrack through the previous 5 floors just to leave if you didn't want to have to spend monies. It kind of feels like I have to spend the $250 to teleport out, and that seems pretty high considering the only... Do I get any... I don't get any... Yeah, I don't get any money from winning the battles. So... The only money I have is the... Oh, you can see it. Okay, is the 186 that I got from the bag or whatever. So I can't even take the teleporter. Like, that's not an option right now. I don't have enough money. Maybe this right here might have something, but I don't know. We're running out of time on the timer, so let's just go back to town. We'll take the long route. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. It's also kind of annoying that it automatically triggers the event to leave. Like, I wish it would just be activate. Let's go to the Adventurers Guild. Welcome back. Here's $312 in compensation for charting the dungeon. We are thankful for your hard work. Whew, man, what a shitty reward. It costs you $250 to teleport out. If I had spent the $250 to exit the dungeon to get my reward, that would wind up being not even $100 in compensation. That would be $62 in compensation. Woo! So I do have to wonder if that, like, the amount that I got plummeted a lot because I didn't explore the whole floor, or if that's just it. Adventurer making less than minimum wage. Yeah. It's like an adventurer. It's like a person working... It's like a person working a minimum wage job and then also having to pay for, like, premium fuel for their car. Whew, boy, man, you guys are bleeding me dry. I don't know, I think the math is kind of bad on this. It doesn't feel very rewarding if you ask me. Maybe I'm missing something here, but so far this is not a very rewarding experience. And I really kind of think in the first moments of the game, you should really... Like, you should, you know, show the player, like, hey, player, man, this is why you want to play my game, right? So you want to kind of feel rewarding. And then, you know, in the middle part, you can be, you know, the hostile girlfriend, the passive-aggressive girlfriend who no longer wants to give you rewards and stuff. Does it maybe scale off the enemies killed? I don't know. It's a good question. There's a lot of ifs about how it works. Maybe if I went to the library, there might be some explanation on it. But we're kind of out of time. We're actually over time. So, can I skip through this? About items, about monsters. Yeah, if you got 15 minutes of tutorial talking, not much motivation left. In the middle of the sunk cost fallacy has already set in. Yeah. Alright, we're out of time. Gosh, it kills me that I don't have, like, the, Oh, this is annoying. Oh, you can only access the player menu when you're doing an adventure. So I can't access the option to quit, and I can't exit full screen. Can I do Alt-Enter? No. Oh, it's such a problem. They removed the F4 function. Why did they remove F4? Oh my god, why did they do that? So I can't actually exit. I have to, like, open the task manager to close the game, or start a new one. Shut up! Get out of the game! Oh, hey, Wrath. What have I done? No, stop. I just want to... I want to leave the game. Let me go. Maybe some other time. Bye. I have to start an adventure. Oh, Alt F4. Good point. Nice. Can't leave the simulation. Whoo boy. Okay. Timer stopped. You can't get out of the game until you finish it. That's how you get your that's how you keep your player attention. You don't let your player quit. Plot twist, you're in Sword Art Online. that's what it was. Polish, yeah, they definitely lost that polish point there. And accessibility. They don't even have rebindable keys. You gotta be giving me... Come on, man. Clarity. They were certainly clear. They were very, very... Well, I'm gonna give them the point for clarity. Fuck it. I mean, there's a lot of things not clear about how it, calculates reward and all that, but that's kind of like back-end stuff anyways. I don't know if that needs to be clear. We want it to be clear on this stream so we can better understand the game, but I don't think it's necessary that that's actually explained. They spent a lot of time tutorializing things, so it's definitely clear. Balance seemed fine as well. Unique identity, no, it's RTP fantasy stuff. It's a 0. 900 hours of inescapable gameplay. They're using the Diablo 4 levels of tactics. Use any means to keep the player playing. Gotta get that battle pass, man. Gotta log in every day and do your dailies. Oh, man. Okay. Yeah, a 3 is surprisingly not bad, though. We get a lot of 2s and 1s here. Okay. Alright, so there's a reason why I played this game. We're moving right along into the just chatting section. Oh shit. Oh, real fast. Alright, I'm gonna go through this real quick because I got a lot to talk about. Brief recap. A few streams ago, I played a game called, I don't know, some Japanese game, Neko Garashi Wonder Girl. This thing has turned into a longer story than I want it to be. So, when I played the game, I didn't like it. I thought the writing was bad. It seemed like he was just trying to be quirky for quirky's sake. It felt random, and I don't know. I just was not into it. One of the fans, and I want to clarify this because I think there was some misunderstanding. It was a fan, not the developer. And first of all, I don't even think the developer would know about me because the game was originally a Japanese game. The version I played was translated by a team, but it was not even one of the translation team members that had left a comment. It was just a fan of this game series. That's it. So I want to make that clear. This was not the developer or anyone involved who had made the game. So I think that got lost. They left a long comment trying to clarify what the writing is about and blah, blah, blah. And I went ahead and said, okay, I will admit that I might have just been a moron. I might have had soup for brains. I just wasn't getting it. Fine, we're going to leave it at that. However, it seems like my usual commenters did not agree with me on this point. So real fast, let's see. So here we have Woo TBM. Is it trash? He says the drama. So these people never stick around. So sorry, I'm gonna kick the hornet's nest, but I doubt they'll see it. No, Wonder Girl just sucks. All of these excuses his fan is making, at least he understands it was a fan and not anyone involved in the game's creation, is making are bad. All these excuses this fan is making are bad writing. It is insanely arrogant for such a small dev to expect everyone to have played all of their games. If there are lore components critical to getting a story, they need to be in the story. Good writing would be if they managed to do so without it feeling clunky. I definitely agree with this to an extent. I don't want to spend a long time. A brief comment. Yeah, it was pretty long, actually. If I said brief, sorry, that was me misspeaking. It was not brief. It was an essay of a comment clarifying a lot of stuff. Basically, what I want to do right now, because I have so much else to talk about, so much more to go through, I'm not really going to share any opinions on this. I just want to put this out here. People didn't agree with me conceding that I may just, I conceded the fact that maybe I just don't understand the writing. And we got some people who disagreed with that notion. Obviously, they're not angry. Obviously, Woo TBM still a fan. They're just sharing their opinion, and I just want to make sure to continue this story, or hopefully actually put an end to this. This is what they said, and I'm just putting that out there. This spiel about the main character having mental retardation feels like a troll. That hasn't been accurate. That hasn't been an accurate diagnosis since the 80s, and nothing about how it's presented is remotely realistic or empathetic. It's clearly just for laughs. If anything is satire in this game, how they handle the main character's intelligence, and that's it apparently. And that's apparently supposed to be a positive representation of it. It is satire of virtue signaling. But I'm pretty sure this is just a haha, she's dumb because dumb characters are funny. So there's Woo TVM's comment on that. Let's move on to the other one. Dan RCX on the RPG Maker forums here kind of echoed the same thing. Yeah, the guy that came in to defend the Wonder Girl game gave out the worst excuses possible. I'll admit I skipped this game since it didn't catch my interest, but now that this guy reared his head, I have to say something. It's written that way on purpose, tends to be I think he means certain means to gloss over actual issues, not to mention the gross virtue signaling about main characters being mentally handicapped, let's say. I'm not touching that with a 10-foot pole because WooTVM covered it better than me. Just noticed that is not applicable using a filter for color blindness. Me? I'm not. I'm not colorblind. You mean for, on RPG Maker? I have it in dark mode. Anyways, there we go. I have addressed it now. I feel like I've done my part. Sorry, I'm not sharing my opinion on this. I don't know. It's a rabbit hole to go down. It's something I'd probably have to maybe write out my thoughts. But I've already done that for this stream, and I've done enough writing for a stream that's supposed to be about playing games and not addressing comments. So we're just gonna move along now. Oh, I see. My YouTube page. Oh, yeah. No, it's one of the plugins I have. It's I don't know, YouTube Enhance or something. Not so long ago, there was an update that added skins to YouTube, and I just said, fuck it, why not? And added the skin to YouTube, because why not? Anyways, here's the game. And D7 and Simple Gaming are rolling their eyes. This is the drama I want to address. I'm not playing this game. I don't want, as to quote RCX's own words from that post. I don't want to touch this thing with a 10-foot pole. I'm about to. I'm not going to touch the game with a 10-foot pole. I'm going to address the comment. This game this is definitely a very much an RPG Maker RTP game. Like, when there is that negative stigma about what comes out of this engine, this is the kind of game that I think people imagine. Now, most of the time, you know, we're learning the engine. We're not all, you know, Max Bold Spirit Game Studio, who's, you know, has an education in this, has experience in this, worked on AAA games, and has his own studio. We're not all that person. Some of us, you know, we're trying to learn the engine, and we make some shitty stuff. That's okay. We're usually pretty aware of what we make is not super great. And so, as a result, even though we enjoyed the work, we understood the effort we put into it, we release our shitty little game for free. Like, here's my shitty little game. It is free. The problem begins when you make basically an RTP game. It looks like basically not a lot of effort was put into it. And then you ask for $15. Gotta start somewhere. Right? Well, you gotta start somewhere. There's nothing wrong with the shitty games. We've all made them. And there's nothing wrong with it. I've talked about my music in the past. I think I might have shown off like some of my earliest music. And some of my earliest music was... only a mother could love it. And even then my mom was kind of like, keep at it, son. We gotta start somewhere. But the problem is, when your little experiment game of starting somewhere is now asking for $15, that's the problem. We're gonna come back to this price point real quick. I want to give some context around this. But so that's what I'm doing now. So this game, Mr. Orc and D7, they have their own podcast where they review RPG Maker games. And they, in a previous episode, had reviewed this game. And it was mostly a normal episode. The folks can be pretty critical. But, you know, it wasn't out of the ordinary until where the episode would normally be about wrapping up. We had a surprise visit from the developer in the chat. And he was not fond of the criticism, to put it lightly. Now, in my opinion, from that point forward, when the developer showed up in the stream, in the podcast, the whole thing went to hell in a handbasket. From both sides. Now, I'm mostly on the side of the podcast. Glad to have you here, Mr. Orc and D7. I am like 90% on your side. There is still 10% where it's just like, the fuck are you guys doing? This whole thing is a huge mess. And I am glad that I had this big storm blowing through, so I was like, you know, I want to put a pause in the game development at this time, and I'm going to just go ahead and watch the rest of this podcast. And then the developer was talking about how he does all this stuff. He does music, let's get a full camera going. He does music, he does streaming, he does book writing, and now he's done a game. And well, I had nothing better to do. We had this big thunderstorm going on outside. Power could go out at any minute, so fuck it, why not? I'm gonna go ahead and check out what this guy's talking about. And coincidentally, when I went to go to his Twitch channel, he just so happened to be streaming at that time. So, and when I happened to catch him streaming, he also happened to be addressing that podcast at that moment. And so I may have clipped it. And, well, you know, the current meta on YouTube is reaction content, so who am I? I do the clickbait titles, so I might as well also go ahead and do the reaction stuff. But I do have quite a number of notes here. I watched this video, obviously I watched it once when it was on stream, but then also I watched it twice more today before streaming, and made a few notes here of things I want to talk about. So before I do that, let's see what Mr. Orc said. Oh yeah. Oh, thank you for reminding me. Sorry, D7. Thank you for reminding me. I forgot to mention this. He also claims to have a bachelor's in game design, which, when watching the gameplay, I didn't really see any evidence of that. I'm not... Oh, Mr. Orc mentioned too. Let's see. On the side note, the dev doesn't only charge $15 for their amazing game. They didn't even want to give out keys for the review. Okay, yeah. I'm gonna address that in a minute. That's in my notes. Don't you worry. Yeah. First, actually, let's get some more context around this. So let's watch the wonderful trailer that he has posted here. Let's switch cameras. So let's give it a watch. Or not. Oh, I know why. Sorry. Hang on. Give me a minute. Let's switch over to this camera. Again, browser plugins like to fuck with things. We gotta disable a plugin real fast. And then refresh the page. And it should be able to play the video now. Alright, here we go. Let's try again. Alright. So, right off the bat, I want you to tell me, what do you see here that already looks like this is a low effort game? I'm gonna give you a hint. Let's start the timer. You got 10 seconds. Put your guesses in the chat now. Where did the dev fuck up? Sorry, I shouldn't call it fucking up. Alright, time's up. That mouse that you see on the screen is not my mouse. Here's my mouse. I use an inverted cursor. So, that's not my mouse. That's the developer's mouse. So, he couldn't even be bothered to make a new trailer. Like, he couldn't, like, he had to have edited this, at least to some extent. Which means he had to have seen the cursor on the screen and said, yeah, that's okay. And use that as his game's trailer. And no sound. Is there no sound? Sorry, the volume was kind of low on it. There is sound. It's super quiet, though. Oh, it's mega quiet. It's barely reaching minus 35 decibels in OBS. Did he just take a screenshot? So, yeah, we can already see, like... Oh yeah, there's some sound. Right? Yeah, you can hide the cursor. You don't have to capture the cursor. And it's just like, this is his game trailer. And it's basically unedited. I think there was a fade in, and I'm sure there's like a fade out at the end, and it's 8 minutes! I didn't even notice that! It's 8 minutes! It's 8 minutes uncut! I bet it's just 8 minutes of straight gameplay! And this is his game's trailer! Like... Alright, so we've got some context around this. Like, when people talk shit about RPG Maker as a game engine, this is why! This is why people do not take it seriously. Because people put this out and then ask for $15. We're gonna talk about what kind of price bracket this is being compared to. Yeah, it's not a trailer, it's just a playthrough. That's what it is, exactly. And let's give them benefit of the doubt, right? Let's double check. Let's double check, right? What else is here? screenshots. There is no other video. There is just screenshots. That's it. None of this. Let me make this really clear. None of this is wrong until you start charging money for it. Then it's very wrong, right? This, if you are on itch and this is what you upload it to itch, this is fine. I don't know how excited people are going to get by this, but at the end of the day, it's a free game. Upload it on itch. Who gives a shit? The problem, all of this, like everything that this developer has done basically comes back to the single point that he's charging money for it. And not just a little bit of money, but $15 for this. I'd argue it's still wrong without a price tag. Could have at least tried to scam. Alright, so now that we have a little bit of context around this, you understand how I know about this game, what happened, what the game looks like. So let's go over here. So like I said, I did clip the part of his stream where he was talking about Mr. Orc's podcast and their response to the criticism of his game. Now, to be clear, this video, as you can see, is unlisted. It is uploaded on my YouTube channel, but it is unlisted. And I want to make this especially clear. I don't think what the developer is doing is right. He's not receiving the feedback very well. But that is not a reason to go and harass him. So do not be an asshole like that. I'm pretty sure everyone in my chat is responsible enough to know not to go harass people. But you never know. There could be some person who wants to spoil the fun for everyone else who's watching their archive and decides, I'm going to go harass someone. Don't do that. You are just making an ass of yourself, and you're making an ass out of me as well. So don't do it. Now, with that disclaimer out of the way, let's watch.
Yeah, I will say...
Oh, sorry about that.
Yeah, I will say I have a bit of insecurity with Red Genie. It's $14.99 on Steam, $15 if you're on itch.io. And it's like, well, it's because of a couple things. It's like, well, I put all of that work and time into writing the music. I had to pay someone for custom assets and custom graphics, and I had to do a lot of other additional work that went beyond just and it's like,
all right, hang on. So we're already reaching my first notes. I feel like some kid's gonna do it anyways. Definitely do not go and harass people. Yeah. I feel like, I mean, I haven't checked my YouTube demographics in a while, but I think I generally tend to reach a more older audience, so hopefully we don't have too many kids who don't have the foresight to do something stupid like that. Do not harass people. Anyways, so first thing I do want to say, another disclaimer that I have to make is, let's not get into the weeds of things and start overanalyzing every word that he says. I think anyone who's done streaming is well aware of how easy it is to just make an ill-formed sentence. Things are not scripted, so things are not always well thought out. It's just kind of speaking off the top of your head, and sometimes you say dumb things. Let's not overanalyze every word. What we're trying to do is kind of look at how he's reacting to this. So, first of all, if you missed that, he was talking about having to pay for a bunch of custom stuff. So, my response to this is, kind of to put it rudely, duh? Unfortunately, this is just kind of the normal cost of game making. And it's funny that we actually have Bold Spirit Game Studio here, who I believe has employees. And so maybe you can talk about the cost of making a game. You probably know it better than anyone else here. This is just the normal cost of making stuff. You are lucky, you are fortunate to have an engine like RPG Maker that does come with a bunch of assets and things ready to make a game. You're not having to build the foundation. That is the allure of RPG Maker. You don't have to construct the foundation. You don't have to construct the framework. The framework is already there. You just build the story, right? Has anyone seen any of those custom assets, though? Yeah, that's also a good question. Let's, again, not trying to... Anyways, This is just kind of the normal cost of making a game. This doesn't make the game really that exceptional for having the custom assets. Oh gosh, things get expensive real fast. It's crazy. Yeah, I can imagine. Sometimes this doesn't make a game exceptional. It is not something that the overall cost of the game should inherit. Just because you spent money to make the game doesn't mean the cost of the game itself inherits those costs. That's just not really how it works. See, yeah, I can talk about cost too. Origins demo sits at around $2,500 right now. Yeah, I haven't really done the math on how much I've spent on like Somon for her art, and well, I only paid for. There's been a number of other different expenses I haven't really calculated either. I hate having to do bookkeeping. See, like Red Trigger 2 is not that big of a game, and the budget needed is $2 million just for a team of 10 and 2 years. And half of the development, 2 years and a half of development. Yeah, it's nuts, man. Yeah, for my game, my tiny little game, you know, I spend, let's say, roughly a little bit over $100 per character art. Plus, there's the menu art. Yeah, there's so much. Yeah, there's like I don't know. Like I said, I hate doing bookkeeping. I can't tell you how much I've spent on my game, but yeah, it's probably around the $2,500 as well, Mr. Orc. Definitely not near $2 million. Boy, I wish I had that money. All right, let's continue.
I think also, and it's like when you're looking at what the game is, it's like, well, it has a lot of the amount of work that went into like a full book, like multiple albums of music, and all these other things. Like, well, I think that is a reasonable price for a game, but again, it's like, well, maybe, I don't know, maybe.
Okay, we can remove the timer. So the work of a full book, multiple albums of music, etc. So again, kind of to just put this bluntly, duh. Unfortunately, again, this is just what is expected of game making. Game making is acknowledged to be difficult. I don't know if I've ever heard anyone say, "Oh, making a game is easy." No, I mean it's. You can ask people who have never made a game before, and you can say, "Do you think it's easy to make a game?" And if they've played a game in their life, they'll probably say, "No." Like, even people who don't make games know this fact. It is difficult to make a game. You are involving basically every creative medium to make the game. As he mentioned, you know, writing, music, film with cinematography and all that. And then there's the game design itself. There's just like, that is just it. Let's see. Oh, we're still looking for a publisher. Oh, I see. You don't even have the 2 million either. Yeah, that's why the Kickstarter's up. Every time a game ships, it's a miracle in itself, honestly. Right, yeah. I mean, there's just a lot of parts that go into making a game. So it's like, again, that just because you've done that for your game doesn't inherently mean that it's now like that you can increase the cost, because you're kind of doing the bare minimum. Let's see, what did I write here specifically? But just because it is difficult, once again, doesn't mean that the price of the finished product gets to inherit the additional work value. The product should instead be priced based on what customers' expectations are, and not based on your personal sense of the item's value. So, yeah. Hate to break it to this guy, but just because you have an album's worth of music in there and a novel's worth of writing in there doesn't mean you get to charge the price of a novel plus an album. It means you get to charge the price of a small indie game. And at that, a very, very small indie game, honestly, in my mind, and probably most of us here, should have just been a free product. But far be it from me. If you want to charge money for it, go ahead. I just think, son, $15 ain't it. if you're going to charge money. Yeah. And to reply to Mr. Orc, multiple albums of music. You haven't played the full game, and we heard like 3 tracks. Writing a book is a lot less work than a game. I'm not going to comment on the last part. However, the music part, I know how many songs are in there. There is a lot of songs. So he's not, I don't know. It's weird to equate it to multiple albums of music because, you know, you have things like, I mean, I kind of get what he's going for. Like, I guess we can assume the average album is 11 songs. I don't know. It doesn't matter. Let's not overanalyze that. Anyways, there is a lot of music there, but that doesn't matter. There's a lot of music I've written for my game, and yet I'm not going to charge them for the, I don't know, like, I think I've written 25 songs. Like, if we were using historic data on how to charge appropriately for this, when I released my album, it was $5 and it had 5 songs. So one album, $5. If we assume that there's, let's just say that it's we use the average of 11 tracks for an album. There's at least 2 albums in my game. So that's $10. So am I going to charge $10? Wait, no. If we do 11 tracks, 2 albums, then that's $10 that I add to whatever the price is of my game. If we do it based on the 5 songs, like I did, for my previous 2 albums that I released, then that would be, you know, if there's 25 songs on my soundtrack, that'd be 5 times 25. Yeah, like, that would be the price of, like, a AAA super deluxe whatever edition of the game. But no, I'm not going to charge that. That's just, no.
For some people, it's like, I imagine that, like, for some people, yeah, it would be, wow, $15 for this game. It's really small download. Oh, it's, you know, it's like, well, it's still it's like, it's weird because it is an insecurity. It is a security thing where it's, okay, well, why are you charging as much as you are? What are the players getting? And it's,
let's see, before I comment there, I mean, if he had an album in there, music is worthless nowadays, judging by Spotify and so on. Yeah, I talked about that. Especially I talked about that in my music stream that I did with Meg the other week. I talked about how music is basically valueless at this point anyways. Giving it a game, which is actually, by the way, one of the things I planned on doing with my own game soundtrack. I've debated this for a long time, but I think I've pretty much settled on doing this now, is I want people to enjoy my game soundtrack. I put a lot of work into it, and I feel like by asking people to buy it separately, I'm kind of just walling folks off to it, so I kind of just planned on including the soundtrack for free with the game. If you buy the game, you get the soundtrack. I also kind of wish more games would do that, honestly, but that's just wishful thinking. Anyways, giving it a game soundtrack, you can grab those for $10 for most games, even AAA. It's like people aren't downloading a game just to extract the music. Yeah, right? Anyways, new RPG Maker word of wisdom. Don't be a Mickey. No, okay. No, don't do that. No. Anyways, I prefer the other way. Like, I had my own run-in with the developer, which I started just saying either the developer or the game, whichever I'm referring to, is either the game that shall not be named or the developer that shall not be named. I think that's a better way of going about it. Let's not, like, take their name and make it into, like, a derogatory kind of thing. So anyways, you know, that's fine. You guys have your own developer that shall not be named. I have my own game that shall not be named because the developers just just can't take criticism. That's all. Just they don't know how to process feedback. We're gonna talk about that too. I promise. That's in my points in here somewhere. Anyways, here he was saying, what are players getting? And actually, what I wrote is, this is a good question. This is a good question to ask yourself if you're able to answer it objectively and not look at your own creation in a vacuum. You need to realize that your product must compete with other products. At this point, yeah, I even marked this in my notes. At this point, let's look at some games that you're competing with. So, okay. So, as a reminder, he is charging $15 for this game. What can you buy with that $15? You can either buy his game, or you can buy Hollow Knight. Hollow Knight is also $15. That's a pretty good deal if you ask me. What else can you buy? You can also buy Undertale with a little bit left over as well. That's another small game developed by a single person. And that's also a pretty good value. What else can you buy for that $15? You can buy Stardew Valley. And this one's very important because he's going to bring up Stardew Valley later on. So for your $15, you can buy Stardew Valley. You can also almost buy, well, actually right now with it on sale, you can buy Symphony of War, but let's not consider the sale price. You can almost buy Symphony of War. I included this one because Symphony of War is an RPG Maker game. Guess what? When you put in the work, you put in the effort using this engine, you can make a fucking kick-ass game. You can buy Slay the Spire if you're feeling fancy, right? There are a lot of games that you are competing with for that $15. So, yeah. Speaking of other RPG Maker games, how about this famous RPG Maker game? With your $15 and some change left over, you can buy One Shot. One Shot is, you know, a pretty popular, great RPG Maker game. Symphony. Heck, you can buy Terraria. I didn't even know that. Yeah, there's so many great games you can buy in that $15 price bracket. You are basically competing with all of those. Now, I mean, sometimes I think this is not entirely a fair comparison, but to kind of put this into context, like, it's just to put into context that you're charging $15 for your game, and this is what you can also get. It's not a wholly fair comparison, but it does put things into perspective. Y'all could get Yume Nikki, which is free. Yep, Yume Nikki is another RPG Maker game that has a little bit of a cult following as well. I would have included Omori in here, but Omori, also being an RPG Maker game, it's outside the price bracket, and I would rather shine light on the Symphony of War devs than Omori devs. Sorry, this is really petty of me. But I gave him a shout out anyways. You could almost buy Omori, basically for the same price as Symphony of War. How everyone who pre-ordered Gollum feels. So, anyways, so there we go. We have some perspective now on this price bracket. This is what players are getting. He's the one who said, what are players getting? That's a good question to ask. He should really think about it personally. Kind of is fair. End of the day, the player doesn't give a shit what engine you're using, nor how many people your team has, or what your skill level is. Yeah. Soul Survivors was a pretty good game as well, and the demo is pretty extensive, and that's free. I don't remember how much the game itself costs, but it's definitely within that pricing bracket as well. So, anyways, let's continue on. Oh my goodness, the next notes I have are really long. Right, anyways.
It's like, well, it's pretty similar to when you're buying a book, or when you're buying an album of music. And it's like, okay, well, what do you know about this thing? Say, like, you go to a store, you're buying a CD. Okay, if you read the CD over, you look over what it is, you're in the whatever section. Say you don't have the means to 100% check everything. It's like, okay, if it looks pretty good to you, you're probably going to get it, because it's like, oh, it's like whatever. But if it's something like $30 for a CD, it's like, well, it better be a really good CD, right? And I think games can get a little weird, because I think when budget is involved, it can be a very strange thing. Because I have seen some game developers who, because they form a team with with people with a certain set of skills, it's like, well, yes, you are going to be able to make a game with, you know, budget, basically. But when you're looking at, it's like when you have certain groups of people, you see that they focus on the skills they have. Like Concerned Ape doing Stardew Valley.
Okay, I'm pausing it there. This is not where I have my notes, but I'm just pointing out the fact this is why I included Stardew Valley in there. He brings up Stardew Valley himself, so it's kind of funny. It kind of shows to me a surprising amount of lacking self-awareness. You even bring up Stardew Valley. You clearly like it, and yet Stardew Valley is, what was it, $10, I think? And he talks about how much work Stardew Valley dev put into his game, and he doesn't even realize that Stardew Valley, the single dev, has tons of custom work and clearly put years of toil into making a great game. And then this developer here is asking more money for a game that looks like it has, I won't even say 1% of the effort. It looks that way, right? Anyways, sorry, that's not even in my notes. Just had to bring that up.
He focused in on what he was really good at, and he's been refining those skills for years now. And I think that that's a really great example of, okay, this is someone who knows what they're good at and applies that skill. Also, I think Pikachu's gonna explode. This is unfortunate. But it's like, with in-game purchases, it can be very hard to get people to... It's like, as a indie developer or a solo dev, it's almost impossible to get people to want to buy your stuff. If you're a AAA dev, it's almost like it's common courtesy to buy their stuff.
You hear that, Max? Are you taking notes? As an indie dev, it's hard to... People will just buy any AAA game without thinking, but as an indie dev, it's difficult. Obviously. Okay, so I have really long notes here, so let me just go through this. So, first of all, yes, but not for the way that he's framed it. The reason this exists is because of marketing and reputation, right? AAA companies spend nearly as much money on development as they do on marketing. And actually, it's super cool. You know, I'm really glad that we have Max here today, honestly, because if he has experience working in AAA, I don't know how much he would know on the budgeting side of things, since he might have just been in the trenches of the game development. But if you know anything about the budgeting side, feel free to correct me on the marketing here. But I think it's pretty well known that AAA companies spend nearly as much as they do on development as they do on marketing. And this is for sponsoring influencers, creating multiple advertisements for TV, radio, web, creating events, and doing whatever they can to create buzz and get people talking about their game. Then you throw in well-known developers such as BioWare, Bethesda, Treyarch, etc., you can name any of them, also have established themselves as companies that make, or used to make, great games. There is a reputation that has been created that people feel like they can trust that whatever those devs put out, it's probably good. This is why anyone will just buy a AAA game. They have been marketed to, and in a lot of cases, they know who is putting out that game, and they have trust in them that it is a game that they can enjoy. Now, there's a lot that we can analyze there because I know the game industry, AAA industry space has put out a lot of flops. Let's not bring up Gollum again. It's already been brought up once. Let's not dig into the weeds too much here, okay? The overarching point we understand, okay? So that's why anyone will just buy a AAA game. Now, on the indie dev side, indie devs have neither of these luxuries when starting out. You have no money to market, and no one knows who you are, so no one knows if they can trust you to make a quality experience. No one is talking about you. This is why I talk a lot about store pages being nice, having press kits, and keeping a connection with media influencers. None of this stuff matters to a AAA dev. They don't need to worry about like store pages and all of that shit, because when no one knows who you are, you need a network of people who do know who you are, or the material to prove that you are someone you can trust. Reputation is key. Ooh, and Max, I see him really going off in here. Glad to have him here, man. Oh yeah, there's still a weird big wall for indie games. Like now you can get a meal for $15 that will last you 15 minutes, but for a well-made indie game, if it's $15 or more, yeah. It kind of reminds me of the value of music. It's like, you know, the value of music is so worthless now. It's just descended into pennies. A song is worth not even a penny. According to Spotify, it's worth like 1/100th of a penny. So, and that's just kind of the same thing that just goes on with games, is that we're seeing the value of the games just decrease over time. See, a lot of people will be like, nah. Even though it will normally bring you hours of entertainment. And yes, marketing budget is huge on AAA games. Yep. Yeah. So, yeah. So basically, the main thing here is that, of course, people are not going to pick up your no-name game if you are a no-name developer. I can promise you we already see this now, right? We see tons of people asking, where is Hollow Knight 2, right? Like, the reason why... So, basically, Hollow Knight has already created that niche here. I don't know if niche is the right word, but they've created this space now where people trust the developer to make something good. So, at this point, it's kind of similar as a AAA game as far as, like, the reputation goes, as far as people trusting the developer to put out a good product. Once Hollow Knight 2 comes out, there's probably going to be a large number of people who don't care about reviews, who don't care about any of that. They know that Hollow Knight 1 was good. They trust the developer to put out a good game, and I'm sure it will be. But either way, because they have a reputation, people trust that developer to make something good, and now they will buy their game. But when you are someone that no one knows about, then there is no trust there. They don't know if there's any accountability that the experience that they will have is going to be a good one. You have to do whatever you can as an indie developer to make sure that you can show people that you have a good experience ready for them, and that you are someone that they can trust to deliver a good time. I basically kind of repeated myself there. And so, again, I've talked about having good store pages. Good store pages for your game doesn't matter for a AAA game. Everyone knows about that AAA game. They can throw whatever shit up they want on the store page because people are already on the store page to buy the game. They don't need to be sold on it anymore. But as an indie dev, people might just be browsing the store and they happen upon your game. And if you have a shitty store page, yeah, it's not selling the game to your customer. So put in effort into the store page, which, by the way, throwing this out here since we have Max in the chat, excellent store page. Excellent. Then you have stuff like press kits. Press kits are kind of one of those things that, you know, they're not going to be used very much. They're not going to be downloaded very often, but I can assure you when someone downloads a press kit, there's probably a good important reason they want that press kit. And as an indie dev, you should probably make sure that you have that ready for them so that way they can do their work. It is probably going to be free marketing for you. So make sure you have a press kit. Yes, it will not get downloaded that often, but at least you have one, because when it does get downloaded, it's probably going to be a benefit for your game. And keeping connection with media influencers. This kind of, like, honestly, I think this is just in general, like, when it comes to, like, business, networking, whatever, don't burn bridges. Replying like this, burning bridges, not doing anyone favors. It's not doing yourself a favor. It's not doing the people that you are criticizing their criticism of. It's not doing them favors. No one is winning in this situation. You want to have connections, because you're not going to be able to do it by yourself. You need people to help you. And that doesn't always mean programmers and artists. That means people who are willing to spread the word about your product. Do not burn bridges, man. Reputation is key. Game dev has never been more accessible. Not to say it's easy, though. So you have to do extra work to distinguish your game from the ocean of games. Yeah, definitely. And I think all of the RPG Maker devs here definitely understand that one quite well. I don't want to make it sound... It's going to make it sound like it's easier. I just think that it's... No, I'm not even going to go there. No, I can't. No, I'm not even going to go there. It's tough to make an interesting game that stands out among the sea of other games, for sure. All right. Let's keep going here into... all my notes from this point on are actually pretty long. All right. Let's
like, it's
going.
A common thing. Like, yes, you are going to buy their stuff because, oh yeah, it's part of the game. We might as well just get everything. You know, it's like, oh, I'm gonna buy this deluxe edition because, well, I might as well just get the DLC while I'm here. And that's extra money just thrown onto the pile, right? And that can be really kind of like, oh, it's very easy money to just randomly spend. But yeah, I had a bit of a thing today about piracy because I found out that that Red Genie did end up on a piracy site.
D7,
which, I mean, they also grabbed the demo, so I thought that was hilarious because they grabbed the wrong version, and it's like interesting, but it really was kind of like, okay, well, and I was told to my face that somebody pirated the game, and it's like, well,
D7,
because they said outright, like, yeah, I grabbed the full version from whatever, and I'm like, okay, what does that tell me about this person? And it kind of like, it felt very strange to be told to my face that, yes, I pirated your game, but I did not torrent your game, I just grabbed it from the site. Like,
hang on, all right, sidebar. D7, my man, what are you doing? What are you doing? Oh man, so this is the 10% where, like, the podcast just went to hell in a handbasket thanks to my man D7. What are you doing? Okay. All right. First of all, let me get caught up on chat. So Max said, you can even have a masterpiece of a game in terms of quality, but then it flops if nobody heard of it or don't know you. Yeah, absolutely. I've even talked about in the past about, like, I don't know, like yeah, I've talked about that a few times. Yeah, you've already told him that was a mistake dropping that bomb. Yeah, my dude. Oh my gosh. All right, so hang on. All right, so let's address the first part. I have a couple of notes here on piracy. Piracy is so to give some context with myself, and I don't know how Max is gonna feel about this because this is also kind of interesting. I've done my fair share of piracy. I don't necessarily think piracy is wrong in all cases. I do think that people need to make sure that they have some awareness of what they are doing. Like, when you steal a game, you should know what you are doing by doing that. I borrowed it from a friend. Let me go into my notes. This is one of those topics that I need bullet points for, otherwise I'm going to make an ass of myself, so let's just go right into the bullet points. So first of all, I do think this was a, let's just say, not a smart thing to do on the RTP podcast side of things. Firstly, reputation is key. Again, representing yourselves as pirates to devs looks bad. So I would say, more importantly, if you want to do this podcast right, D7, You just have to spend the money. Just like we all spend money to buy the assets for our games. If you want to review a game on your podcast, spend the fucking money. It's just the cost of doing business. I will even say there's been a few games I wanted to review on these streams, and I bought them, okay? I paid for them myself. I'm not getting sponsorships here. The closest I have to a sponsorship is GameForge, and let's face it, they barely contact me anyways, and that's just for game keys. I'm just part of their marketing arm, that's all. So hardly really anything of a sponsorship. I'm not getting sponsorships. I don't earn ad revenue here, so they're literally every game that I've ever purchased for this stream has come straight out of my pocket. And I've done that. I realized that if I want to review a game, that's just what I have to do. If I want to review it, I gotta spend the money on it. That's how it goes. Another thing I do, by the way, as well, I want to point this out, is even though a lot of the games that I've played in the past I am not a fan of and I don't like, I am also well aware that, first of all, a negative review can harm a very small indie dev. So even when I leave my written review on their Steam page, I do not mark it as a not recommend. I do not do that. In the comment itself, I will say, you know, read what I have to say first before you buy this game. I will make that clear. But I will not mark it as not recommend, because that one not recommend can do a lot of damage to a very small indie game. Number two, I also don't refund the game because, again, these indie devs are doing it as a hobby. They probably don't have a lot of money to spare, and having that refund may just hurt them. So I don't refund it either. If I buy a game, I am buying the game for real. So, anyways, I'm just saying, if you want to do the podcast thing, just it's the cost of doing business, man. It's the cost of doing business. But worst case scenario, if you do decide to pirate the game for your podcast, maybe admitting to the dev that you pirated it is not a good idea. The response that was given by the RTP crew also came off a bit like a teenager's response. When the RTP podcast said, "No, I didn't pirate it," Skid Row, which is the scene that cracked the game, pirated it, and I just downloaded it. It's, to put bluntly, a really juvenile response. What did I see here? Or what did I miss? I copied the game to a USB drive and forgot it at my buddy's place. Oops, I'm a pirate. That's very thoughtful of you. Thanks for doing this. Yeah. I try to do this pretty seriously. You'd be surprised at how far I've come, and I'm always trying to improve myself on these stream things. The earlier streams are pretty rough. I had a much harsher personality. I had a lot less patience for the games. Anyways, yeah, it's been an improvement, a slow improvement over time. And glad to see Meg here, by the way. Nice to have you. I very rarely refund anything. Something has to be profound for me to refund it. Yeah, same here. I think, like, if the game just doesn't work on a technical level, it's, like, basically the only time I tend to generally refund a game anyways. Or if there is just, yeah, as you say, something just profound that I'm just like, nah, I can't tolerate this, then I might refund it. Officer, I didn't stab that man, I merely threw it at his head, right? 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 It's the same kind of thing. I didn't stab that man, I just threw it at his head. It's the knife you need to arrest. Oh, man.
So you stole my game from you basically stole my game. I am a developer who has nothing. Like, I don't have budget. I had to make everything with basically my own hands. And the money I did put towards the game was buying, you know, I bought plugins, I bought I paid an artist. It's like, okay, this is all coming out of my pocket, and this is all stuff that
Jesus Christ. Sorry. Spend all day speaking Japanese. Sorry, is what I meant to say.
On my dime, and I'm still in the red. Just to be entirely transparent, I'm still in the red. Throw hands with them. Well,
okay. Piracy and sales. So here he's talking about piracy and sales. So this is also where things get tricky and controversial. Piracy doesn't inherently mean a lost sale. As the person who pirated the game may have never had interest in the game in the first place. For example, this game is probably a good place to start. Myself, I would never have spent any money on this game ever. So I honestly understand why D7 would have pirated this game. It also, I understand why he might have done it, because later on he'll mention that the RTP Podcast requested game keys so that they could review it, and he refused to give keys to the podcast. I do have some points to make about that. We're not talking about that right now. But to give context, I understand why D7 might have pirated it, because the only way that he could play it on his stream was either a very old, outdated demo, which we're also going to talk about, or playing the current version by either getting keys, buying it himself, or pirating it. So I understand why he did it. And so what I'm saying is, just because he pirated it doesn't mean he lost money, because I don't think D7 or anyone else in the podcast would have ever bought this game in the first place. It was not a sale. You did not lose sales on this. So anyways, the possible damage piracy does to software sales is actually relatively hard to track due to a number of different factors that may motivate someone to pirate a game. What can be said is that piracy can also lead to sales later on, as someone may have enjoyed the game they pirated it and decide to purchase it later. This is something I have done plenty of times myself in the past. This is true. I have, I think, like, I know for sure one of the games that I had pirated was Sunset Overdrive. Sunset Overdrive was Insomniac's Xbox One launch title. Insomniac, you know, the Ratchet and Clank guys, the Spider-Man guys. They did Sunset Overdrive, and it looked pretty B tier. And I pirated it when they did the PC version, and I loved it. I loved the soundtrack. I loved the game. It was super cool. So, I bought it. I bought the full version. You know, I thought it was a B tier game. I was iffy on it, pirated it, loved it, and bought it. So that is something to acknowledge as well. Piracy can act as just as an extended demo. Often the scene, and by scene I'm referring to the people who are the ones that crack the games. Often the scene and repackers encourage downloaders to purchase the full game if they enjoy it. For example, Fitgirl, a prominent repacker, puts in bold red text at the end of the installation process to buy the game if you enjoy it. Generally speaking, crackers, pirates, whatever, they generally try to do their best to encourage people to buy the game if you actually like it. Let's see. That's not why. It's because I wanted to play an updated version of the game to compare. Yeah, I mean, I told D7 already. I understand why he dropped the bomb. Basically because every bit of feedback was dismissed because we played an outdated demo, but major mistake anyways. Yeah, I kind of understand the reasoning, but yeah, anyways. I'd say if they didn't give keys, fuck it, no review. I'm going to talk about that. True same here, especially with the remake, remasters. Yep, I listened to entire albums, then buy the CD later. Yep, the Wear scene also prides in fully cracking the game. Yes, there's surprisingly a lot of... For pirates, there's surprisingly a lot of pride in how the scene works. If you guys haven't done any research into the scene, I definitely recommend it. There is Overlord Gaming. Unfortunately, he doesn't upload very much anymore, but Overlord Gaming on YouTube used to cover a lot of DRM stuff and the scene, and it's all very fascinating stuff. I definitely recommend, if you don't know much about piracy, reading up about the scene. Anyways, in all honesty, I believe piracy happens for the most part because people couldn't afford the game anyways. Therefore, no sale would have been done anyway. But I also bought plenty of games sometimes. Years later, because I love the games, I pirated back in the day. Yep, definitely. Alright, is that the end of the piracy section? Yeah. Yep, that's the end of the piracy section.
And I had to just step back and say, no, I'm not going to get involved with this, because I stopped in on a review today. I stopped in on their review, and they were just like ripping my game apart and just nitpicking every little thing. And I'm just like, and I'm listening, and I'm trying to understand their critique, and I want to understand what they're saying. But consistently barraging somebody's game with constant, just jabs. And a lot of it was, I was listening to them say, like, oh, well, why does the character want to go to the cave? They just said an old man just told him where the cave is. Like, if you read the dialogue, the character says they found out about the cave somewhere else. It's like every single detail they had a nitpick for. It's like, well, did you read the dialogue? Did you actually look around the world? Did you actually play the game? And most of the time, I found that it was no. And what I realized is that these people...
I passed the pause point. Whoops. I'll rewind it. But, okay, so to address what he's talking about on the RTP Podcast criticism, talking about you folks nitpicking everything. So, to address that, I actually played a little bit of the game myself. This feedback, in my opinion, that the RTP Podcast guys gave, is valuable to the game. It's an excellent opportunity for self-reflection on the developer to ask themselves this question: am I conveying what I want to my players appropriately, or have I obscured that information a little too much? It either answer, yes, it's obscured, or no, it's not, is up to you and your game to decide what is right. And I'll hit on that soon. D7 and SG ripping on it, and two guys saying needs more time in the oven.
Did you actually play the game? And most of the time, I found that it was no. And what I realized is that these people, they wanted to have their hand grabbed by the developer and pulled to every answer that was there. They did not want to think harder. They did not wish for more. They wanted to be pulled to the next plot point.
Okay. Being pulled to the next plot point. I feel like this is quite the negative view around your player, as you are assuming what they were thinking and feeling. As the saying goes, assuming only makes an ass out of you and me. It's better to not assume their mindset, because once you begin to assume it, you close yourself off to their feedback. So generally speaking, don't start assuming what your players are thinking. I mean, you just, in general, like, this is not just a feedback kind of thing, but just life advice. Don't assume what people are thinking. It's not just about games, just in general.
And I think I realized something about, and I'm thinking about it, I'm like, well, these are people with a genuine disrespect. And I also figured that it must be parody, because I decided to do some research, because I was like, well, do they treat every game like this? Because they, it's like, well, do they do this? And one of the things I noticed was that they had another game, and they were like, oh yeah, they kept really lauding the game up. Well, the game's dialogue was childish. The story was simple, which is not bad.
I don't have this in my notes, and I don't really want to spend long addressing this, but I just want to say I don't know what game he's talking about, and if you have an idea of which game he might be talking about, D7 or Mr. Orc, feel free to let us know. But either way, not a fan of the way that he hand waves this kind of stuff. It comes off as really like it's kind of comes off as like a superiority complex. I don't know. I don't want to go into that too much because now we're diagnosing the person themselves and not so much the situation. So, anyways.
But it's like, okay, what is the difference here? And I realized the difference, and it's because I wasn't following convention.
Okay, so here's where he kind of starts. I don't know. He goes off the deep end here. Following convention, there's kind of an irony. There's an irony of thinking that the convention, which, by the way, sorry, I think I might have paused it a little bit too early. He's talking about the convention. In his mind, he's not following the convention of replacing every asset in RPG Maker. That's his mindset here. So the irony of thinking that the convention is to replace all of the RTP of RPG Maker is sort of funny, since the stigma around RPG Maker was built by the convention of just using the RTP. So, it's not that at all. It's that it's that you are following convention. Yeah, there's a fine balance. You need to be open to feed. Oh no, what did I do? I should have been at 6:45. I accidentally skipped ahead. Let's see. Yeah, there's a fine balance. You need to be open to feedback. It's super important. You also need, on the other hand, to know your product and not follow some feedback. Hey, I have something just like that in my notes somewhere. I don't know where that is, but I know it's in here somewhere. I remember writing it. Guys, I challenge myself to use all the RTP only. Fuck my life. No, but don't worry, okay? Don't worry about the RTP thing, okay? I'm going to talk about that. So here's the thing, right? I told you at the beginning of the stream, there is a reason why I picked games that look like they were built mostly with just RTP assets, right? And then there's poor Max and Red Trigger, who has nothing to do with any of this. Probably doesn't even know what the RTP is. Poor guy. But the other two games that I picked, I specifically picked RTP games because we saw how this game looked. Like, you can still make things look good with the RTP. Now, in general, it's encouraged not to use the RTP, but if you do decide to use the RTP, then you can still make something that looks good. In recent years, I and several other devs want to raise the bar so that RPG Maker can be seen at least somewhat more respected within the game dev circle. However, there's nothing inherently wrong with the RTP. What is wrong is the level of effort on display or the perceived lack thereof, which especially hurts the game's reputation when the game requests customers to pay for it. Let's see. It's the mistake I've seen so many times with students where they take all the feedback as the holy grail and then the game gets muddled and always changed. Yeah, there's actually kind of a running joke in the RPG. There's a meme in the RPG Maker community about devs never finishing their games. And I don't think it actually comes from the same place, but I do think it comes from scoping too much, which more or less can happen from feedback as well. And games just spend forever in development, which is why I also often try to encourage people to finish your game, because if you're in like Max's position, you're going to run out of money if you don't fucking finish the game. I'm a director on final student projects at the university I went to, so I see that all the time. I'm sure. Meg says, how you use assets is more important than the assets you use. Yes. To me, RTP is supposed to be placeholders while learning the engine. A lot of people use it that way, too. You can use it as placeholders just fine. Actually in my notes here, I talked about bringing up the store page trailer, but we already kind of looked at that, so I'm not going to bring that up. We already looked at the store page trailer, but just a reminder, the maps looked pretty ugly, very barren, and of course there's the perceived lack of effort because he couldn't even bother to make a proper trailer with the mouse cursor still on screen. Then the other thing is level design. What did I want to bring up for level design? I think I wanted to actually just like bring up my game. I don't remember what I had. I wish I put better notes here. I'm not saying my level design is super nice, but I mean, when we're comparing it to his game, there's at least some thought going on, right? So like, there's no flow to his. I know like some folks may not have actually seen the actual gameplay. We only had like that one trailer to go off of, but it was basically empty halls. It was just a labyrinth with like repeated assets over and over again. It was just horribly ugly, right? Like, I feel like I have a flow and an idea for how the map should go. I've tried to construct things in a coherent way. Anyways, as just one example here, this is just like the current maps that I've been working on. And all this stuff too, like he talked about buying assets. Like, I didn't do this art that you see. I have some Photoshop skills, so I took the assets that I bought and I brought them into Photoshop and I manipulated them. But as far as the original art goes, I didn't make the original art. I just manipulated the original art. So, I mean, it's the same thing, and that's where I'm putting in the effort, is at least I'm putting in the effort to manipulate the art in a way that works for my game, right? Which I think is a great segue into Avery. Like, Avery's RTP edits. Obviously, the guy is not too involved with the RPG Maker community because he might have a better sense of kind of expectations and all that. And I don't think it's entirely necessary. I do think it would benefit developers to at least involve themselves a little bit so, you know, they can get access to great resources and stuff like that. And Avery, who's a great contributing member, does super awesome stuff with the RTP all the time. Like, here, she has her tutorial. She makes these tutorials to help, like, complete beginners know what to do with the RTP assets, how to edit it, and make it look like something really cool, really nice. And funny thing is, by the way, Max, is that she is kind of in a similar position, I think, for, like, the art division or something at, like, a university or something. Like, I think she also grades, like, students' pixel art and stuff like that. So she's a pixel art whiz, and she does this, I guess, for a living, probably. So, you know, here she shows off all of the RTP assets, how to bring it into GIMP, and then, you know, I'm not going to go through the whole thing, but we can look at the final product. Like, here we go. Here's how to make a nice level. So this is the finished product, and this is what it would have looked like without making RTP edits. So, like, you can see the big difference of putting in the effort. You have access to great resources, putting in the effort to manipulate the assets, and you can come up with something great. Yes, if you make a commercial RTP game, you better be at least using all the free shit out there and other methods of making it look good, right? Like, I think, because Avery's one of those ones that often defends the RTP. At a certain point, it's like, is this really RTP? You've edited it so much that it doesn't feel RTP anymore. But who cares? This looks nice. And that's because she put in the effort to make something that looks nice. And she has all of these... She is a maniac putting out all of these super great tutorials for free that anyone can access and can learn how to make the best out of the free stuff that came with your engine. Please use it. Please use it. Please use this information. Download GIMP. It's a free software. You already have the RTP stuff. Drag your RTP into GIMP. Make the edits. Bam. You got a nice looking game. Yeah, and then the other note was the other two RPG Maker games that I played during the stream. We obviously haven't seen the next one that I'm going to play, but the first one that we looked at, it was all RTP stuff. And I don't know if I really enjoyed it, but it definitely looked a lot nicer than, this dude's game. And believe it or not, that, looks much nicer game that I just played was free and not $15. And look, we got Alice and Meg in the chat. Man, it's another great stream. It wasn't last stream because the last stream was a game dev stream and no one gives a shit about game dev streams. In the last game review stream I did, it was a great chat. And again, today we have another great chat. We got special guests here, like Bold Spirit Game Studio, and we got Alice and Meg here, and the usual faces like Wrath of Wood, Tridium, Mr. Orc, D7, and there's the TNT guy, TNT Applecraft, I think. Did I forget anyone else? I don't know. Sorry if I forgot your name. Either way, it's Tridium is here too. Okay, we got lots of good people here. Sorry if I forgot to mention your name. And having all the RM celebrities here. Yeah, we're missing Iron Brew. Iron Brew's not here. Anyways, let's continue onwards. One of the points I did make here that I didn't mention is the expectation of quality changes when money is involved. So, yeah, and that's kind of the point I'm making here, is that when if you put out a game like he did, and you start asking for money, the certain expectation around the game changes dramatically now that you're asking for money.
Following convention. I was not following what they perceive to be the correct way to make an RPG Maker game. Because it seems that the correct way to make an RPG Maker game is you cannot have base assets. You cannot use assets from the original RPG Maker. You have to have, all the art has to be switched out. You cannot write stories that are ambiguous. You cannot let the player think. You have to be the one dragging them everywhere. It has to be an RPG from, the 90s, and all of the story has to be, they want the whole game to be a tutorial. Not necessarily. It's almost more like they want the entire game to be explained to them. They do not wish to have to do the hard part of thinking. And this is not a bad thing. This is something that is, it's a preference. But when you allow preference and opinion to become a shield, when you allow it to be your sword and shield in which you may batter somebody's game with, where you can say, well, I have this opinion that your game is bad, and I am saying it as a review, so it's a critique. It is, so you have to listen to me and take my word as law. And it's like, no.
Surprisingly, I didn't have a quote to start off this pause. But I'm basically saying, is this even the right point? I feel like my timestamp here in my notes is wrong. I'm going to say it anyways. Let's not linger on that. My notes here say that not necessarily, whatever it was that he was just talking about criticism. The dividing line between constructive criticism and non-constructive criticism is often just a matter of perception. That's all I have to say there. Fortunately, it's not a really long note, and I don't know if I have anything else to add to that. It's just a matter of perception.
There's a very clear division between what is constructive criticism, where somebody says, hey, I received feedback from somebody who said, oh yeah, I thought this armor was really overpowered, and
I think this is where I meant to put the timestamp, so I marked it wrong. But anyways, yeah, he's talking about constructive criticism and non-constructive criticism. And like I said, it's just a matter of perception, especially in this kind of case.
This particular, I thought the weapon system was really cool, but there were certain things that were a little bit hard to figure out. And that is feedback that is actionable. Having somebody say your game, that this is trash, your map making is trash, your weapon system is trash. Having somebody constantly throw that at you, that's not feedback, that's just an opinion. And an opinion is subjective. It's not something that even needs to be regarded. And then I had somebody going on and say, oh, but, shutting out feedback isn't good. And it's like, well, not all feedback is good.
True. Not all feedback is good. True. And we even have Max here kind of making that point as well. When is a review supposed to be the ultimate truth? I see reviews as a tool to help you make a choice, but you still form your own opinion as a consumer. Buddy, great minds. Coincidentally, the next point that I have here. Finally, I had mentioned that I'd bring this point up. Not all feedback is good. True. The developer knows the goal and intent of their game best and should utilize the feedback that matters to the intent of their game's design and philosophy. It's up to you, man. That's what I'm saying, is it's a matter of perception. You get the feedback. It's funny because, I brought up Blue TVM earlier, and just yesterday, I don't remember when, he put out a video talking about all the feedback he'd received on the alpha test he did for his game. And, he basically made the same point. It's like, there's a lot of points of feedback that were brought up to him that he was just like, I hear ya, but that's not what my game's about. I've, in the past, talked about, being responsible of the feedback that you get as a developer. That's a little bit nebulous, right? I think this is a good point. Like, this is a good time to kind of see what it means to be responsible for the feedback you receive. It's realizing that my game has this philosophy, it has this intent, and so this is the feedback that's valuable because it is approaching, it is discussing that thing that I'm trying to achieve with my game. This feedback over here, it doesn't really coincide with what I'm trying to do with my game. It's not very valuable. So it's just your job as a developer to be responsible for that information.
If you have a ton of people coming to your game and saying your game is trash and you're trash, it's like, that's not good feedback. And also, that seems to be why these guys have insecurity. Like, these game developers, they say they're game developers, but I didn't find any of their games. It really did.
Okay, right. Sorry, I don't know if this dev will ever see this video. On the one hand, I kind of hope that he does. On the other hand, I kind of hope that he doesn't, because I've already had my own drama with developers who didn't like my feedback. Which is... No. Anyways, I'm not going to go into it. No. This has already gone on long enough. Just going to say we never called the dev trash ever. That's good. Thank you for clarifying that. True, if you're making a puzzle game, feedback of there are too many puzzles ain't going to help you. Yep. Anyways, in case the dev does decide to watch this, or for anyone else who's curious. So there are 3 members of the RTP podcast. We have 2 of them here, D7 and Mr. Orc, Simple Gaming. D7, I have no idea where your games are. Cannot help the dev with that one. However, Mr. Orc, I definitely can help with. Oh, there's a third person. Sorry, I forget him because he also doesn't talk very much during the RTP podcast. There's also Cychronic. And I can also point where his game is. So Cychronic has Starshift Origins. So here's his game. Which, by the way, 620 yen. I don't know. That's roughly $5. Again, no RTP. Way more effort put into it. I didn't like the game. Doesn't matter. Not my kind of game. But, 620 yen. D7 has no game. He's slowly making it. Me and Cychronic's games are easily findable. Yeah, I'm not sure how the dev wasn't able to find this. Anyways, here's Cychronic's game right here. I didn't personally enjoy it, but definitely has a lot more effort put into it, and it's it's valued at a lot less than what the dev thinks his game is valued at. So there's Starshift, and then Mr. Orc. I've contributed music. If you want to hear some kick-ass tunes, beat Mr. Orc's Game Jam game, which is using FSM, which is basically RTP premium tier, basically, because everyone uses it. But, still looks great. It's got lots of stuff going on. And this was just a Game Jam game, too, and has just a really kick-ass boss tune, and some really great credits music. So yeah, there's that. And of course he has his other game, which is only $3 here. I actually enjoyed his first game a little bit more, but also it probably had a little bit more development time. And this is RTP. This is RTP, and it looks fine. So there we go. There are the games. I'm not sure what he was talking about, that he couldn't find the games, but to help him out, there they are. You can search for Psychronic Games and Starshift Origins, and you'll find Psychronic's game. And you can search SG Harlequin, and you'll find his games. And Dungeon Rummage. Maybe show off my trailer since we had the topic of the store page. I suppose we can. Let's show off. Do you have a video trailer for this one? You sure do. Let's show off this one, because this one's the best one.
Man!
Oh, that's some good music.
The one time we go on.
Oh, who did that music?
World, we're being captured. How long have we been here now?
Oh, it's so pleasant.
Long is what I'd say.
Sadly, there is nothing we can do. They took away our weapons, and this strange fog seems to have stripped away our power.
Ugh. And we can't even rely
Oh,
on
it's
Harold.
lovely music. Man, I wish I knew who made that music.
There has to be something.
This may be the end.
Too bad I wasn't picked.
Look at that. We got some stingers in there.
Whole life's a lesson.
All right, I'll go and grab it.
Oh no, Mr. Orc has a cursor. Skate 2. Oh no, Mr. Orc. Oh man. Come on, buddy. Oh, why does this happen? Oh no. Well, at least it's got that good music.
Hellos.
And there's editing involved, right?
Gobo, and this is my brother Gobo. We are sleepy plus for tired peoples. Feels good.
The cursor has escaped.
Brother Gobo says special items. Come look-sies.
Ooh. Ooh. That's a jam of a song right there.
What?
Ooh, it's rocking out. Who did that music? Oh, that's loud for you. Sorry, I'm trying to jam.
Rush! Violence! It's over! Annihilation!
Yeah, anyways. Sorry, I kind of wanted to just jam out to that music. This is some good music. This is my music, by the way. Anyways. Maniacal laughing, my beloved. The game dev curse. Yeah, at least this is just a game jam game. And it seems like Mr. Orc has no plans on even, like, updating it anymore either. Oh, you did one update post-jam. Look at that. Well, at least it got one update after the game jam. Anyways, yeah, game jam game. Looks like it has more effort put into it. And this was, I think, had to be smashed together in like a month, I think was the time frame. I don't recall. I didn't take part in it. I think people who do game jam games are probably a little bit crazy. And a little bit of an insomniac as well. I can't do it. Anyways, I'm thinking, God, we're already 2 hours into this. I may have to cancel the next game. We'll take a look at the store page, but I don't think I'm actually going to play because it's an RTP game anyways. But we will take a look at the store page because we still have another 3 minutes, and at the speed that we're getting through this video, that 3 minutes left of this video is going to be like another 20 minutes or something. So, yeah, I did one update to fix some remaining bugs and stuff. Time frame was 1 month. Fully voice acted, time plugins, gorgeous maps, and soundtrack. Can't do game jams either. Yeah, yeah. See, but it's impressive. Yeah, 1 month and turned out something that looks. I have to go about. See, that's another reason why I should probably cancel the next game. So that way we can make sure that we actually look at Red Trigger while you're here, and you can hear my feedback. So yeah, I think either I'm gonna cancel the next game, or we'll at least move Red Trigger around to be the next game, and then we'll see how I feel after that. If I want to play the other game.
It seemed like, well, now you guys are developing this insecurity that if you're not laughing at other people and punching down on other devs, then suddenly it comes to your mind that it's like, oh well. What does that mean for me? What does that mean, that I am a bad developer? And it's like, no, it must be the other people. It can't be me. It's like, that's really unhealthy. That's a really unhealthy way to think about game design. Like, if you make a game and you really love it, and you really love making games, and you really love playing games, you shouldn't be spending your time constantly punching down on them. It's like, why not? It's like, you should be lifting them up and seeing, okay, here's what's working really well for me, and
Okay, I think my timestamp is also off again here. He's talking about lifting games up, and again, this is just kind of a matter of perception. I think, I mean, yeah, hard criticism is raising games up by asking devs to do better. Just because it's harsh doesn't mean it's knocking them down. That's all the notes that I have there. Let me get caught up on chat. I did IGMC one time and remember it ending with me sobbing over a large Supreme pizza. Move it around. I want to see another shitty game. Move it. Oh, I see. Oh my god. You want me to stay up late? Okay, mind you, it's 12 o'clock here, man. Sorry, I live in the land of the rising sun, so... It's late. It's not moving around because chat asked me to. It's moving around if I have the energy to do it. If I'm tired, it's gonna be like, nah, man, I'm going to sleep. He's talking about lifting games up, but like 10 minutes before he bashed us for lifting a game up. Actually, that's a good point, Mr. Orc. I didn't even think about that. Yeah, he kind of gets his, it's 1 a.m. here. Man, what the fuck? You stream once a week, man. Man, come on, gotta give me a break. You guys dance, monkey, dance. Alright. Anyways, yeah, he has another point, which we're gonna get to soon, where there's kind of like things in his logic that's not adding up very well. Let's keep going.
What's maybe not doing so well for me. Not just it's awful, it's trash, it's ass. Like, the number of times one guy said it's ass. Like, I actually...
Sorry, this is not in my notes. But it's funny, when he said the number of times that someone said it's ass, I was like, I know who that is. Mr. Orc. Listen, Simple Gaming. You watch your mouth, son.
Kind of wondered if they were doing it on purpose, like, oh, it must be a parody. Like, this can't really be what they think of the game, because it really does feel like they're just attacking it to try and get a rise out of me. Because I showed up and I was like, oh, hey, that's the February demo. That seems like a weird thing to play. And it really did seem like, okay, well, why... And also they were playing the February demo, which I thought was hilarious, because it's like, oh, we played the...
Okay, again, my timestamp is a few seconds off here. This point is also ridiculous. We had plenty of how to do it better. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of points I wanted to write down in my notes, but I mean, honestly, if I wrote down every note that I, like, everything I wanted to say, like, this would have been the whole stream. Like, I guess I understand how Asmongold and those other React streamers can do it, because if you say everything that you're thinking about down on paper and respond to everything, you can stretch an 8-minute video into a full 3-hour fucking live stream. Anyways, so the February demo. All right, so I agree with the dev on this one. This is the second thing I kind of agree with the dev. It's not the first time I have mentioned to the RTP podcast folks that, especially if they have a week to prepare for this podcast, they really should be doing their due diligence to make sure their criticism is valid. In my opinion, this is a worse transgression than pirating the game and feels more disrespectful towards the dev than piracy. I will say something I didn't really think about when writing that down is that I also don't know where you found this demo. Maybe you just weren't aware that it was 6 months old. I don't know how obvious that was. I would say, however, if it was difficult to find, if it was difficult to track down, then maybe check what you're downloading. Anyways, yeah. So it was like there's the 5% that I don't agree with the 5% that I don't agree with RTP podcast, which was the piracy thing that we already covered, and the other 5% is using a 6-month-old demo and basically providing all their feedback based on that. Now I understand. I know you guys are gonna say nothing really changed, and I agree. I know nothing changed with the full release version. Still, let's just make sure we're covering all of our bases when we're providing criticism.
Demo because we didn't have access to the game because you didn't want to give us keys, and I'm like, well, because I was keenly aware that, because the thing that I caught was that I gave keys out to some people, and one of them must have been the one that got handed to us, like, to be used for torrenting.
Okay, so here we can finally touch on some of this stuff. So one of the things I mentioned is kind of a problem in his logic here. He's talking about how one of the keys was used for torrenting. The timeline's not adding up here. RTP Podcast asked for keys before the dev was aware his game was able to be pirated, because it seems like he was only made aware that his game was available for download for free on a pirated website when D7 mentioned it. So obviously he didn't know that existed, so that's not the reason why he didn't give out keys, because he was worried that someone might use the keys to, make a torrent available. However, when handing out keys, there should be some precaution taken to ensure you aren't being taken advantage of, but you shouldn't be protective of handing out the keys either, especially as an indie dev. Streams and reviews are a major point of marketing. Just like the RTP guys need to do their due diligence, as the dev, you should do your due diligence before handing out keys. Request to see their channel, ask some questions, etc. Do I touch on this next? Yeah, okay, I'll talk about this with the next point. It's your game demo. It's his responsibility to make his demo represent his full game. Ah, come on, man. Nah, I'm not even going to argue this. I'm not even going to argue that point. You know that a lot of RPG Maker developers release basically alpha or whatever early builds of their game to get feedback on whatever, and then they mislabel it as a demo or whatever. No, man.
And that made me realize, well, that's probably where it happened. Was maybe one of my keys went errant and somebody redeemed it and just downloaded the game, sent it to a torrent site. That's it. Like, okay, well, great, but it was kind of like, okay, well, what does that tell me? What does that leave me? And it's like, well, they wanted a handout, so they were already biased against me because I didn't want to give them the game. What now? And it was.
Oh, okay, all right, there it is. Sorry. Okay, so he was saying that they, being the RTP podcast, wanted a handout. So I wouldn't know anything about that, no sir. Anyways, Admittedly, I do find this a little bit gauche. Going up to developers and requesting keys from them. I personally usually don't contact devs requesting keys. Instead, I encourage devs to contact me with a key. However, this practice of requesting keys is not uncommon within the industry. Not in my notes here, but I do believe it's not uncommon to request keys when you are usually a known person of the press. When you are just kind of a no one, like myself or the RTP Podcast, it's not quite the same thing. It does come off a little bit gauche to just be like, yo, give me a key. However, this practice of requesting keys is not uncommon within the industry. It's not a handout, and that's a poor way of framing it. It's an exchange of services. You provide them the key, and they provide you with some platform visibility. That's really what it is. So basically what I'm saying here is framing it as they wanted a handout, not the right way to do this. You're getting a service provided to you. You give them the key, they give you some visibility. It's an exchange of service. Yeah. The way that I generally try to, like I said, I normally don't contact devs for keys. My situation with GameForge, I, in a sense, technically do. But also at the same time, since I'm partnered with them, they know that I'm going to request a key. And again, I'm basically just, a pawn in their marketing arm. So of course they're going to give me the key. Like that's just the transaction that's going on here. I think that's really the only other time. Usually when I try to reach out to developers, in the case of like Max here, Bolt's, Red Trigger Dev, Bolt Spirit Game Studio. Obviously my streaming personality is a little bit more outgoing, but I do try to treat it like a business. And I usually try to make sure that when I'm reaching out to folks and requesting stuff, I try to do it in a professional manner. I hope the way that I came across when I reached out to Max about getting some press kit stuff to make the thumbnail for this stream, that I came across professional, because that is my goal. I have fun here on the streams, but as I've already talked about, the way that I purchase games for my streams, I don't refund them, I don't give negative reviews, etc. All that kind of stuff is, I try my best to treat this like a business. So despite having fun here, I do also try to do it. I try to keep the back end stuff as serious as I can, despite it still being kind of a part-time hobby thing, Anyways, so yeah, and that just kind of goes back to the requesting keys, whatever. Let's just keep going.
It's very strange. It was a very strange experience overall, but...
Oh, sorry, wait, hang on. I totally missed what you had said. My comment on his page was very transparent. I was very friendly, asking if he was interested in handing out keys for a review. Link to the channel, the Discord, and everything. The comment got deleted by the dev now, though. Yeah, I noticed that there was a thread of comments that had been deleted. Good to know that at least you were polite for requesting keys, and good to know that you linked the channel, Discord, and everything. So, yeah. Glad to know that that's how you guys handle it. I had nothing to base it off of, because exactly what you said. It got deleted by the dev, which I also think is just a really nasty thing to do. Yeah. Let's see. Oh, yeah, it was all good and appreciated. It was me who was busy and didn't answer for a few days, and it's not typical of me. I looked unprofessional. It's all right, man. No problem. No problem. I know you're busy dude. You got a lot of stuff going on. Got a Kickstarter to manage. Got employees to manage. So, no problem. So yeah. Let's keep going.
Thankfully it's over, and by tomorrow I'll have forgotten all about it. Because at the end of the day, it's like, oh yeah, it's, opinions are like assholes. Everybody has them. Some smell worse than others. Like, there's a certain point where you can't like, as a creative, you can't keep listening to other people's feedback. You know, there's... Also, this guy is really cooking me, and... I'm kind of worried because this is not going well. But there's a certain amount of respect for the art that if it's not shown, I get pretty inflamed. Because it feels like it's, you know, it's an offense. You know, it's like, well, why are you disrespecting why are you disrespecting the game? And also, geez, man, it's like, it's $15.
Again, I didn't hear that. Man, I don't know what I've done with my timestamps here. Let me let it go forward a little bit.
And the fact that was the really big point of contention was...
Nope, never mind, because that's the next point. I don't know what's going on with my timestamps. Who cares? He was talking about why are you disrespecting the game? And basically what I have to say to this is, again, I just find this as kind of a poor mindset to have. Admittedly, the RTP guys did take some actions that I find disrespectful towards the dev, but I don't think that was done with malice. Social norms and customs are often difficult to navigate, and it's easy to make a mistake. So, yeah. We got more to go through. Let's just keep going. I said my piece.
You're charging this much for it? Like, I'm like, I've also charged...
Okay. These are the last 2 points. All right, so he's talking about the $15 being a point of contention. Yes, it is. None of this would have mattered if it was just a free game. Just remember the price bracket you are competing in. There was another story I had told in the past about a well-known dev team making a sequel to a very popular puzzle game. If I recall correctly, this was a development team who made a sequel to the game Myst. Myst was a very popular point-and-click game back in the 90s. And the development team had a Kickstarter. I think they had a Kickstarter. I don't know. They got together and they made a sequel. But getting ahead of themselves, they overpriced the game. The game was good and was well loved, but for the price and the content, it flopped, and the devs acknowledged that. Pricing a game is a very important part of your game's success. There was, I don't even remember where, there's an interesting documentary where the developers had talked about how, like, in hindsight, the biggest misstep they made was how they priced the game. So, yeah. I wish I could remember where I saw that. I mean, I know it was on YouTube, but I don't know if I can get a link. Gosh, if I have time, I'll try to see if I can find it, and I'll put a link. At the very least, I had definitely talked about it in one of my past streams. I remember talking about it, but I also cannot recall how long ago that was. But it's an interesting story about how basically pricing is the main killer of their game. So, anyways, pricing is important. So $15 being the main point of contention, yes. Because none of this would have mattered if it was just a free game. Made by Cyan, love their games. Yeah. Alright, yeah, and then I think this is the last point.
Similar amount for, like, I'm like, that was the really big point of contention was that, oh, you're charging this much for it? Like, I'm like, I've also charged a similar amount for my books, because...
Okay, yep, this is the last point. So I charge that much for my books. So firstly, this is kind of an apples to oranges kind of thing. Different markets, different audiences, different expectations. But also, just one thing I wanted to point out, mostly addressing the dev, perhaps this is a pattern. If you're always releasing your creations in the same price bracket, but you aren't finding success, perhaps it's time to break the pattern. And with that, I think we're gonna move on to playing a game now. I think we've kind of wringed this topic dry now. Yeah. If this game was free, we would have reviewed it as just someone's first baby. Charging $15 is putting you in a price bracket of indie giants you're competing with. Yep. Yeah. So, anyways, and that's, I mean, basically where all of this came from was basically the pricing. Like I said, this whole situation would have been probably completely different had the game just been free. So, I don't know. I'm glad we were able to get through this. I really wanted to talk about this. This was obviously had no bearing on me. Fortunately, this developer is not addressing me. Although I wouldn't be surprised if, had I reviewed his game, it probably would have gone much the same way. I've already had my fair share of dealing with angry devs, so I'm glad I get to sit this one out. But when I had pulled up his Twitch stream, and I had caught him at the time when he was talking about this, there was just I don't know. I tried my best to hold my tongue, but there's just so much I wanted to talk about. I think in general, what this situation means for the viewers is that it's a great chance, especially for all my tiny little indie devs out there, you know, single person stuff making RPG Maker games. Again, this was a great learning opportunity about how to receive feedback, what you should do and what you should not do. Lots of things I think we talked about in here are worth considering as you progress through your game development journey. But we do have a special guest here, and so let's not keep him waiting. Let's actually play his game, Red Trigger. Say bye-bye to that. No more Dungeon Rummage. We're going to move this over here. So here's Red Trigger. I already kind of showed it off a little bit at the beginning of the stream. So, like I had mentioned, and this was a student project that was released back in 2016. However, Bold Spirit Game Studio, Max here in the chat, recently was very nice and actually remastered the game for free for anyone who played the original version. The remastered version does now cost, but it's... Look at that. It's cheaper than that other developer's game. So it's only 800 yen, so I don't know, about $6 or something. Yeah. So the remaster. Now, I'll preface, let's see what he has to say. I'll preface that the game still needs some serious polish. I would have taken a month more to do that, but we need it to release before Gamescom, which we are attending. Fair enough. Yeah, I mean, we'll keep all that in mind. Like, this originally started out as a student project that released in 2016. Please remember that. This is a remaster of that game, but of course it's still built on an existing foundation, so I still kind of expected some things that are just kind of inherent because of the foundation that it's being built upon. I remember when I played it, I honestly actually don't remember much when I played it back in 2016. I remember bits and pieces, I think. And I think a lot of that's only been jogged recently by looking at screenshots. Sorry to say, I don't think I recalled anything about your game until I looked at, like, screenshots. Anyways, as I've mentioned throughout this, is they are doing a Kickstarter for Red Trigger 2, and maybe we should take a look at some of that stuff here in just a moment. But before that, we talked about store pages, and just look at all this. It's almost a little bit too much. It's so incredibly distracting with all the moving shiny stuff, but it clearly conveys what you want. I've talked about having like titles that like break up the important information, and also having GIFs to kind of show important information without having to actually watch the whole trailer. And he's done a hybrid of them and smashed them together into a single thing. It is both the title and the GIF. Oh my god. Oh, heck, that is too much. Yeah. I think we definitely understand what's going on. Manage your energy wisely. Use the red trigger in many different and ingenious ways. Corrupt and destroy the computer system. So, yeah, and then of course you have your text there. But the nice thing is, you know, people often kind of just flick through the store page. I know this is how I generally kind of, like, if I just discovered a game, I usually kind of just flick through it. And if something catches my attention, then I'll kind of slow down and read stuff. But if normally it doesn't catch my attention at first, then I just kind of move on to the next. And I'm certain I'm not the only person who does that. And this definitely catches your attention. So... anyways, so yeah, this is what I would expect. And he has some trailers here too. Since we were talking about that, why not? Let's take a look at a trailer. Oh, is it going to be busted? Should I refresh the page? Try again. Ooh. There we go. Oh, who's that? Who's that?
Intrusion detected. Scanning.
Great. Just what I needed right now.
Oh, there's voice acting now? I don't remember voice acting in the original, but it's been a long time.
The results from last week's trial are still too erratic.
That's a nice game studio logo. Yeah! Ah, the voice acting is new. Okay.
I received the strangest offer last Monday. I won't be able to see you again soon, but it could really help people.
This poison! It changed my daughter! I know it! You're not telling us what is really going on in that building!
Gatherers. I wonder what that means. Why are there so many of them?
I like the trailer. Also, that... Alright, that was kind of cool. I like your little Transformers logo. I like how the trailer is put together. It clearly shows like what you're doing in the game. Highlights nice moments of action. You did some voice acting yourself. You'll have to point those out, so we can laugh at your your voice acting. We can all point and laugh. Ha! What a dweeb. Anyway, so here's the store page. Here's Max. This is a guy chatting right now. Look at that face. It's surprisingly similar to mine. You just got the square glasses. I got the round glasses. Anyways, so here we go. We can see the whole team. So these are the folks that are trying to make this Red Trigger 2. Here we go. They do have a page that you can wishlist it now. Hang on a minute. Is this Red Trigger 2? Oh no. Oh yeah, these are different. They look strangely similar to the first game. Clearly these pages were put together near the same time. Get into the game already. All right. Sorry, but we got to help the guy out. Look. They have a Kickstarter. 13 days to go. The goal is $20,000 Canadian. Sorry, yen obviously is what you see. $20,000 Canadian. If you like what you see, of course, please go and support them, help them reach their goal, help make this game happen. They got a lot of hungry mouths to feed. So, all right. Quick flick through the Kickstarter. Everything's looking pretty nice. stretch goals. If you want to browse it, you can do it yourself. Let's just jump in the game because we got antsy folks in the chat. All right, launch game. And we'll start the timer. All right, options real fast. I'm sure it's well considered. Automatic camera flip when propulsed. Don't know what that means. FOV. Ooh, it would be nice if there were numbers here. Okay, yeah, that would make sense. Because I'm used, like, generally speaking, I know that 95 is usually where I'm comfortable with camera FOV. But, you know, obviously with no numbers here, I have no idea where 95 is at. I do appreciate invert X access. I'm one of those weird fucking people when I use a controller. Not the mouse. I don't know why this is, but when I use a controller, I have to invert X axis. And surprisingly, there's been a few games I've had the refund in the past because I couldn't play them. Crosshair scale, automatically skip cinematics, preview red trigger extensions, aim assist, toggle sprint. I will do toggle sprint. I usually don't like holding. It's at 90 by default. Okay, so I'll crank it up just a little bit, and maybe that will be where I'm comfortable with it. Some of these graphics also kind of look, I mean, a little bit chunky, a little bit pixely. Speaking of graphics, so we're in the right resolution, screen mode. Oof. We'll leave it wherever it is. I don't know what it's set to. That's all fine. I have G-Sync, and I think I don't ever really know. I think G-Sync needs V-Sync, or is it the other way around? It doesn't need V-Sync because they'll do the... I don't know. It doesn't matter. All of this seems fine. It's a nice options menu. Surprisingly more extensive than I would have thought for a student project. I've played a few student projects on the streams, and I'm always surprised when they have any sort of options menu at all. Ambient volume, I think, should be with an E, right? I'm gonna use my phone to spell check. You guys could probably spell check faster than me. Ambient, yeah, it should be with an E, unless you're getting funky with it. Music volume, sound effect volume, voice volume, subtitles, text language. Oh, that's fine. A little bit difficult to read though. Nice. Key rebinding. Okay. Alright, cool. It all seems fine. Taking notes. I know that feeling. How is it for you guys? It's a little bit on the quiet side.
Whoa. What is this place? I have this strange feeling that I just can't quite remember.
Ooh. Why does the mouse feel weird? I think the sensitivity is like really high. Also, sorry, the mix seems, yeah, there's nothing I can do. I'm like cranked up to max here on the system volume, and it's cranked up to max here. I don't know. Don't know how loud the game gets later. I'm gonna drop a filter real fast. Let me pause the time. God damn it, I did it again. Fuck. I need to move that. I've never done this before. Why am I starting to do this? Anyways, pause the timer. I guess reset the timer. I'm gonna put just a gain on here, so because I can't crank it up anymore, like with the system or anything for you guys. I don't know if you guys can like put a master limiter or something. By the way, if I haven't mentioned it, you know, I do music and like sound stuff is like my specialty. So put a master limiter on your master bus. I think you said this was Unreal Engine. I'm pretty sure Unreal Engine has access to like a master audio bus that you can put like a master limiter on, if I recall correctly. I played around with Unreal for a little bit. I didn't make anything in it because I'm a little bit too dumb for that. Okay, let's see how the volume is now. Oh wait, I also wanted to adjust the mouse sensitivity because it's like something wacky is going on with it. Camera sensitivity. I wish there's like something I could make noise with just to check the mix. I think it's okay now. Oh, I missed that. F to enter scanning mode. Yeah. I think I saw you mention something about like Metroid Prime inspirations. I'm not gonna lie. I love Metroid Prime, but one of my least favorite parts of Metroid Prime was actually the scanning. So I'm probably not gonna jive with this part very well.
A gun? What am I supposed to do with this?
Shoot. Blocks. Okay, we got... Oh, whoa. We got vaulting at least. Oh, do I not have... Oh, do I not have sprint yet? Or is sprint a different key? Gotta start the timer again. Yeah, I know there's a lot of people who actually like the scanning. I just really, it felt like it slowed things down way too much. I just wanted to explore and kill stuff, and the scanning stuff, like, I don't know, it took me out of just wanting to focus on what I wanted to do. I need to check the keys. Sprint, left shift. Oh, but I think my keyboard has like weird fucking bindings. I think it like mixes it up. This is not your fault. This is... Yeah. I don't know why my keyboard does this. It's not your fault. I have noticed that some games like will take any sort of shift. I don't know if that's something that you can... I mean, my situation is so probably rare that like I don't know if it's worth looking into. Oh, whoa. Oh, that reset everything. I didn't mean to do that. Is it like reload or something? Oh. Oh, I see. Okay. You can only have so many blocks out. Is that the bar on the top? Yeah, that's the bar on top of the gun. Okay, alright. A little bit of a Portal influence, huh? With the, what is it, anti-material thing? I don't quite recall what it's called. Press middle mouse button to activate your red trigger below you. Oh, you don't just shoot it? Oh, I see, but it's for, like, maybe speedrunning or something. Yeah. Can I squish myself? Okay. Glad to know. Yes. The Emancipation Grid. Ah, there it is. Oh, of course. Humanity thanks you for your sacrifice. We definitely got some Portal vibes going on.
I better keep an eye out.
Oh, I need to reset these, huh? Wait. Ah, there we go. To recall all. Middle mouse so that you don't have to look down. That way you can see where you're going. That makes sense. Retract one of those. Bring out one of those. Alright. Dude, I got 26... Oh, man. Frame rate is terrible. I thought things were feeling kind of weird. What's up with the frame rate, man? This game doesn't seem that taxing. For the record, I don't have a high-end system. I'm on a 1080 Ti. And AMD 27, it's a Ryzen 2700X, I think. Still, it's kind of crazy that I'm getting like in the 20s on the frame rate. We'll kind of just drop everything down to maybe high. How are we getting on frame rates now? Kind of locked at 30. Kind of crazy that I can't even reach 60. This game doesn't look like it should be so taxing. I don't know what's going on the technical end. Putting the resolution to 1080p. Alright. Did it save? It's kind of the thing, is that I don't know, it's okay, it does say that it's that. Maybe we'll just disable AA. Bloom. Oof, I don't know. I'm just gonna have to deal with the 30 FPS. Brutal, man. Getting that cinematic 30. I see. Definitely came from the AAA space, huh? Oh god, get on it! Get on it! Oh, I jumped too early. Oh, that was my bad. Oh, probably. Oh. Wait. I see. Okay. Oh! Kind of just snuck out. I feel like there would be a secret down there or something. Let's grab onto ledges. Okay, there's just some glass in the way. Oh, I see. That's okay. I get it. Made me think that there's like some sort of secret with that. But I understand why it's there now. Speaking of secrets. Oh, I see. No, oh! But why do I want to do that? That one. Oh, there's supposed to be a tutorial there. Oh, did it not trigger? Was that my streamer brain that missed that? Or was that, Ah, I see. Oh. Ah. Oh, okay. I need the rush. Hurry! Okay. Alright, what are we doing in here? Oh, okay, we're going anyways. Does that run out of time, or does it stay like that? Huh. Come back, platform. Huh? Huh? Eh? Come back, please. Oh, okay, alright, there we go. Didn't want to come home. Oh. Ah, I didn't realize that was a little slot that I was going to slide into. Oh, okay. Great example of a bug. I'm doing the bug hunting for you. Oh. Right on. What was that? What was that? Press image ID. See, my keyboard shift button has fucked everything up. No one knows what right shift is. What is a right? I mean, if you look at my keyboard too, like, what is this shift button here? I just spit everywhere, man. What is the shift button here? Look at this tiny little thing. No one knows what a right shift is. No one uses a right shift. Who uses right shift? Alright. I have interacted with it. Is it gonna blow up? Is it gonna blow up? Oh. Oh, I interacted with this button. What did the button do? Oh. Okay. Oh, yeah, but... that. Is that... ah. Aha. Okay. What? What? Okay, alright, cool. I know what a right shift is. Yeah, but Alice, we all know you're a little bit strange. Okay.
Whoa. Good thing I don't feel pain.
She's on some good painkillers. Okay, so I think I see. Maybe. That. Yeah. I feel smart. Oh. That'd be a great way to end it. I feel smart. Walks right off the edge. I'm not strange. Y'all are. Oh. Huh? Oh, okay. Took a moment. Okay, where is it? It's over there, but I can't reach it, right? Okay, so we gotta use cat-like reflexes. Go! Go! Slow death? Slow death, okay. Can I... How can I reach that? How come I missed it? What? Alright. Ooh. Huh? It would have been fun if I died there. Okay, is this a bug that it's not activating, or am I not seeing something? I can shoot through glass. Oh, I see. Okay. There we go. Was there a tutorial? Okay, was that Streamer Brain? Was there a tutorial that you can do that? I don't know, because like the FPS, you know, Twitch shooter, like tweaking COD guy is like, bullets don't go through glass! Where's my monster? Okay. A little bit too soon. Gotta get that timing right. Timing right. That was not right timing. You want to go... Oh, did I? Okay, streamer brain. It happens. Punch me. Okay. I did it. Down there. You're not going to deactivate, are you? Jump. Uh-oh.
Intrusion detected. Scanning.
Great. Just what I needed right
Oh, okay. I need to go fast, huh? Oh, that's not fast. Yeah, okay. Alright. Let's try again. Oh. Yeah, I should use that middle... Oh! Alright. I should use that middle mouse button. Oh, that was your voice. Oh my god. Oh, the physics on that's a little funky. Oh gosh. Okay, I don't know if I can do that. Oh shit, I did that way too soon. But I think, yeah, okay, that's okay. That feels really jank. That was sketch as fuck. Uh-oh. Where do I go? Okay. Ooh, 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 ooh. Does it need to punch me? Oh yeah, it does. Uh-oh. Oh, 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 what's going on? Oh, God damn it. Kind of lost track of what was happening. Oh. Oh, shit. Oh. God damn it. Oh. Oh, oh, oh. Okay. I did it. Oh, gotta go. Fire looking game, Max. Very nice. Well, thank you for joining, Alice. Almost called you Alex. Who's that? Is there glass there? Something? What the f... Oh, let's see. I see. I just realized I haven't been using the scanning thing at all either. What was the scanning button again? F. I'm not really sure what the point of the scanning is, if I'm being honest. I didn't see anything when I first activated it. What was there? What's this? Where is... You see, you stop the drama talk and everybody leaves.
Sam, you never believe it. I received
No! Stir some more drama. Come on, Max, get angry.
Maybe you can give me some advice. His name is Alaric from Neurseed Inc. And apparently is the lead scientist on this new type of biotech pill that takes pain away.
I'm very sorry, lady. I'm not.
Like
I haven't been listening to you.
And an honor to be.
There are blue parts you can scan by holding E.
But the contract is pretty strict about confidentiality.
This. Oh my gosh, that is very Metroid Prime-like. That sounded like almost the exact same sound effects too.
I received the
Interesting.
Strangest offer last Monday.
How dare you play my game? Oh, the drama! The drama's starting! Okay.
And I'm not sure what to do. Maybe you can give me some advice? His name is Alaric from Neuroseed Inc. Apparently, he's the lead scientist on this new type of biotech pill that takes pain away.
Goes back?
Sounds like a really selective program. And an honor to be personally invited.
Okay, wait, let's go back to this game. Oh, I didn't mean to do that.
I received
The vertical rotating defense pillar designed in response to repeated RT virus attacks. Its goal is to halt all progress towards the firewall core. Can be okay. Nah, it doesn't really give me any information.
And I'm not sure what to do. Maybe you can give me some advice. His name is Alaric.
Here we go
from
here.
Neuroseed Inc. And apparently is the lead
Doesn't
scientist on
really
this
get
new
me
type of
any.
biotech pill that
Does
takes
that
pain
stick
away.
out the other side?
Sounds like a really selective program.
No.
And an honor to be personally invited. But the
No, I
contract
don't think
is
so.
pretty strict about confidentiality. I
Oh.
won't be able to see you again soon.
Ah, okay.
Or maybe ever? I've been assured that this technology is decades in the making. All the earlier human trials have gone well. It could really help people. What do you think? My name will go down in history. Should I do it?
I can't reach it from there. Oh god, puzzles, my one weakness. Yep. So if we do that, that's gonna rotate it the full amount. I want to shoot that. Okay. Going through the parts here. All right. So we can rotate it here. I can see this, and I can rotate it there. On the left. Oh, you're right. It can go all the way over there, huh? I don't know. It's kind of obscured by the shadows. It's kind of dark over here, huh? It kind of seemed like all the play elements to me were like basically that quarter of the room and maybe kind of up to there. A little bit of my own streamer brain, but I don't know. The shadows weren't catching my attention. Uh-oh. Yeah.
Firewall activated.
Ah, there's Max's voice again, huh?
Okay, that's trippy.
Probably jump over through that. Alright. You know, it goes back to that feedback thing we were talking about earlier. You should also know, I'm a little bit of a dummy when it comes to puzzles. And streamer brain, man. Streamer brain is real. Okay, so this is where I started. There's an Easter egg in this room. Let's see if I can find it. Okay. So first, let's start by scanning. Scientist ID 41670, blah, blah, blah. Note, as a member of the internal processing team, I have requested that my sister's gatherer application be denied. Management has yet to reply. Then continue reports of strange glitches. Okay. We're less than a month away from launch, and we're still getting reports of bugs in the save system. Public excitement is tangible, but will we be ready? See, now I'm desperate. I see something scannable up there, so if that's not the Easter egg, then maybe it's that. I could also see maybe that reference there about finding bugs and excitement could be in reference to the game's own development, but that's quite a deep cut. Oh. This button's code is embedded in the... Oh, that's not... Okay. Original... Ah, an original type red trigger block comprised of unreadable materials. Responding to the red trigger initializer when targeted and shot, it expands and retracts from the testing place. Further analysis indicates the existence of multiple red trigger blocks varieties. Okay, so that's from over the... Oh, is that where I need to go? Can I mantle up there? Do I need to get a little bit more height? There we go. Okay, so that opened the door down the... Ah, but... Okay, we got that. The gather pipeline is now fully operational. Wander code has been found in the fire fields. I have alerted the proper team of the issue. Event today resulted in over 400 gatherer applications submitted for participation in the project. Hired specifically to combat the RTP hackers. Hey, you know what, my man? I don't know, if I didn't find the Easter egg, I'll keep going, right? Because I'm still in this first part of this puzzle. But I'm not gonna be actively looking for it too hard because... Oh, shit. Because we're running out of time and I want to see more of the game. So. That one's done. That one's up. Oh. I see. There we go. Huh. Okay. There we are. You can reach the Easter egg only when you're going through those holes in the floor. Holes in the floor. Okay, now you got me curious. You're talking about like out of bounds. Oh, fuck. Right. Sounds like an out of bounds kind of thing, which now has me curious. Oh, I see. Okay, so that's there. What holes in the floor? Oh. I see. Ah, god damn it. Curiosity's got the better of me. Oh, wait. Oh, okay, cool. Let's put on the scanning visor. Maybe this, because I can activate it. Oh. Probably not down there, because I could already reach that place. I think that's where I need to go. No. Of course. It's a companion cube. Very nice. Found it. Yeah. There's delay on chat. Don't worry, I found it without your help. Well, I mean, I had a little bit of your help. But I mean, once you got me to the right area, I was able to find it without your help. Okay, alright. Now it's just a matter of getting over to that. There we go. More chatting.
Hey Sam, if you're listening to this voice message, it means that I decided to sign the contract with Nearseed Inc. Don't worry. I trust him. And
okay.
I know that this choice will make this world a better place. I'm sorry this is how we'll find out, and that we couldn't find time for our last karaoke night. But this is the right thing for me.
I feel like you can make some fat beats with that.
I've lived for so long with...
If you just had a few more shots in your gun, you could just use this like a launch pad.
The darkness will bring...
Oh, I can scan... fuck!
Just imagining that. Just
damn it!
that. It makes me
Hang on, we can get back there quickly.
so strong that even you can convince me to change my mind. So, I'm sorry,
It's the speed run. How quickly can you get to the cube?
Always remember that I love you. And don't you dare stop chasing your dream of opening your own cafe.
Let's see. Homage type object may be composed of organic material, error encountered, encrypted data. Okay. Look at NA playing favorites, extending the timer, accidentally resetting the timer and whatnot. Yeah, when the game is actually enjoyable, I don't mind going over the timer.
I'm sorry, this is how you...
Wait, you just want background noise while you're doing like mapping or something, whatever. You wanted this monkey to dance, the monkey is dancing, so what are you complaining about? Whether it's this game or an RTP game, who gives a shit?
I've lived for so long.
Any percent glitches allowed speedrun.
Now that weight will have a meaning. The darkness will bring others peace.
Oh, I see. Okay. Oh, this is like one of those Senua's Sacrifice kind of puzzles, huh?
Strong that even you
gotta get like the right angle on it. And it's like that one, that one, and
always
that one?
Always.
Yeah, okay.
Remember that I love you. And don't you dare
RTP games are greater than real games.
I know you'll be amazing.
Nah. We've had enough discussion about RTP trash today. Maybe we're done with RTP trash.
Think about it. Don't think about it.
Oh, the audio log is loop. I was wondering. I was like, damn, this lady just talks on and on. Okay, so I can't do that yet. Oh, there's a sky. Well, let's try a little skydiving. Where are we going? Okay, we die pretty quickly. Thank God it stopped. No, we're gonna spend the whole stream listening to her. Oh, fuck. Getting a little too twitch with my, running. Okay, maybe I can vault up here. Aha. She just really wanted to get into your head. Is there another one? Oh, yeah. Still nothing, huh? One more. Oh, wait, no, this is where I came from, right? It's gotta be something down there, right? I saw those little fences, right? But I can't get a good viewing angle on them. This is like a Portal type game. Oh, the button's ready to be pressed. Okay. Puzzles and shit. Ah, Mr. Orc, you have such a way with words. Ooh. Can we... No, cannot shoot anything else. But... Oh, oh. Ah, I see. Punch me over there. Okay, yeah. Ooh, hello. I can see how the sausage is made. Oh, Aha. There's nothing behind that wire fence, laser fence. That's what I'm trying to say. Okay, anyways. Alright, so... Oh, can I crush myself? Ah, hell yeah. Alright, so we got a maze. Oh my gosh, it's basically RTP. I mean, every RTP game has their own maze. This is a laser maze, though. Oh, okay, alright. Oh my goodness, a little too trigger happy there. Okay, that blocks that off. So let's do that. Oh, oh no. No. Not. Yeah, that's what I was just saying, right, Meg? Like, you know, the... Yeah. That other room with, like, the... You have to shoot the blocks in a certain order, or not order, but, man, it looked like a launch pad. You know, the launch pad is, like, basically like a whole set of, like, one of these, just a whole board of them, right? And it made me think of one of those, and it'd be fun to just be, like, shooting them to, like, make music. Most lasers come from both sides, so you need to block lasers on each side to get rid of them. Okay, I see. Ah. But... Oh god, why am I so dumb when it comes to puzzles? Like, I can make that progress there, but then I get here and it's like... now what? I can hit that one, I can do that. I can do that. I can kill myself. Is this a red herring? Do I not want to go there yet? But I can't go this way. Right? Unless, is there another one over there? That doesn't do anything, though. Why would I want to do that? Because, yeah, can make it this far. Yeah, I can block those. But, up in front of the red trigger in the middle. Oh! Okay. I see. Okay, there. Alright, we're making a little bit of progress. Oh, what is this? Am I safe here? I am safe here. Alright, I was a little bit worried I was about to lose all my progress. Okay, I think that's like gonna... Ah, I can mantle onto it. Alright, we'll just do that. Oh boy. We gotta get some reactions in here, huh? Gotta get that Twitch shooting! Alright, talk, lady.
Please listen! I know you're tempted by the thought of a simpler life. But this new pill, this poison, it changed my daughter. I know it. She's never been the same after her dose. They're lying about how this changes people. Changes personalities. This thing implants in our brains, and we think we'll be out.
Wonderful voice acting, my man.
Something else. I swear! They're not telling us what is really going on in that building. It's all propaganda.
Ah.
How can this pill be responsible for so much erratic behavior and still be on the market?
Do I have sightline on that? I do.
Alright. We're all in danger of losing ourselves.
Ooh. Oh, they're timed, huh? Ooh. Both of them, huh? It's fun to play a senile old man. I understand. I got my mad scientist laugh that my girlfriend is scared of. I would do it now, but I'm pretty sure she's asleep behind me and I don't want to wake her up, so we'll leave it. Oh, wait, it's not, oh, okay. Take that! You thought you were gonna kill me. Now what, though? Can I? Come on. I'm pretty sure I'm fucked. I can't do anything at this point. Alright, let's go skydiving. Bye-bye! Where do I respawn? Okay, generous checkpoints. That's good. There's that one there, but, like, I can't... This is on that side, right? Oh, but it's safe. Oh. Oh, okay. Wait. Ah, oh, okay. Damn it. I went right through it.
Ah!
That is some, like, precision shooting. I play a lot of first-person shooters, so MBD, but I don't know. I feel like that one's a pretty tough one for maybe some other not completely energy, you know, energy drink, Monster Energy drinker folks.
Ugh, not this again.
Well, this guy was kind of missing the whole condescending GLaDOS character. That was the actual reason Portal was great. Yeah, I think I agree with that, but I'd also say that, you know, it's so iconic to Portal that I think if this game was also doing that, I think it would just feel cheap. So I don't think doing something like GLaDOS is the right thing, but having something unique is definitely important. Okay, so I need to do that. I guess I need to activate not all three, because they all just take me to here. So you do have sets of characters like Weatherly in the sequel. He's a cat sitting on your shoulder. If your game rips off a cube, literally named Companion Cube, you might as well. Yeah. The companion, I don't know. Are you referencing the companion cube that was earlier, that I found earlier? Because that was just an Easter egg. Yeah. That was not actually a game object that you use for puzzle solving. Like, I get that. It's just throwing an homage to a favorite game. I have one of those in my own game. Although, admittedly, a little bit more lame. Just an homage to a favorite soundtrack composer of mine. I'll boost you up there. A companion ball. Oh, come on. That sounds so lame. Companion ball. Sounds like, I don't know, like some sort of like gag that maybe like Family Guy would do or something. Like, it's just a really cheap gag making a reference. I don't know why I want to go up there, but I think I want to go up there. Ah, I see. Okay. Damn it. And that's the point? It's a weird point. Do I want to go up there? What's up there? Why do I want to go up there? Oh, there's a button there. Okay. Surrounded by glass. Okay, we want to get up there and drop down. Okay. Vault up. Okay. That's the ball. I don't know what you mean by that one. This is the perfect middle. Ah, that's a good point. See, I totally ignore one of the mechanics you give me. Oh, why did I do that? Well, that's okay. I'm safe. You just told me to use the middle mouse button. Didn't even do it. I'm just goofing around, of course. Game seems solid enough. Personally, I don't like puzzle games. The only reason I finished Portal 1 and 2 was literally GLaDOS. Yeah, Portal is definitely something special. I played a few of these first-person puzzle games. You know, now that I think about it, I think that I had found this game because at the time there was like a group, a small indie group, like kind of trying to piggyback off of Portal's success with Quantum Conundrum. And I think it was Quantum Conundrum's recommended games that I had found the original Red Trigger. But that, I have no idea. Maybe. Honestly, I have no idea how I found this game. Right, that one. Okay, so we did that one, and this one. Alright. So yeah, I kind of played around here earlier, but I didn't actually reach the goal. I didn't know what the goal was. Now I do. I think that's the button there. So I think we just need to do kind of like a gauntlet, some reaction stuff. Oh, shit. Oh, wrong one. Oh. Trying to do some sick gamer moves here. I'm messing it up. Okay. We want to go there. It's the toughest puzzle in the game here. First of all, we want to retract that. Where is that gonna... Ah, okay. Oh, fuck! I was too slow. I lost track of where I was. Okay. You got some crazy reaction time, like, expectations out of your players here. Hang on, let me reset. Of course, I could be totally doing this. I'm not... Ah, yeah, okay. Is that... Okay. I don't think I need to do crazy reaction times here. Fuck. There we go. I think... we want that out. It's not the solution. Okay. We have all three out. If I'm just here, will it punch me? Looks like it might miss, but let's give it a try anyways. Yeah, it's definitely not sending me far enough. Alright. Oh. I want to be going to the platform on the other side. Okay. Ah. Oh my gosh, I didn't mean to do that. That's not punching me far enough. Okay. Right, right. Yeah, over there. Yeah, I see. So I would go over there and then... Sorry, and then that, and then I can get on that and then drop down. What happens if I do this? Nothing. I don't... Like, that doesn't punch me far enough. I don't imagine this would punch me far enough either. Like, it's not like a reaction kind of thing. Is it? Oh. What happens if I do this? Ah. I see. Yeah. Oh. Okay. I see now. I don't know how I feel about that puzzle, right? Because, so, like, what happened there, let me tell you my thought process, right? There hasn't been anything that, like, I tried jumping in front of that one, right? And it didn't seem like it gave me enough momentum to reach this far. Now, and I will admit, I definitely didn't think about using this paddle to, like, whack me over here. So, it's also something I just definitely wasn't seeing that eventually I'd have to put together myself. But also, because, this didn't give me enough momentum. It's just like I was no longer thinking like I need this to punch me over there. I don't know what would be the fix for that, or if there needs to be a fix for that. Just figured I would share my thoughts, and that's what was going on with my thought processing. Did I hit the pillar? Okay, streamer brain, huh?
Firewall deactivated.
Deactivated, huh? Well, I guess I must have done something right.
Where is that fire? Oh, here. Water. Oh yeah, there's water. Those are some wacky water effects. Right. Is that open? No. You can't swim, can you? Oh. You can't swim, but you can be Jesus, I guess. It's kind of interesting. How do I get back up, though? Oh, okay, there we go. Oh, that was weird. Oh, okay, it's just a store. Alright.
Virus red trigger uploaded.
Whoopsie.
Oh, the death zone is missing. Okay. Physics!
Hope there wasn't anyone there.
Okay, alright. Oh, where am I going? Oh, okay, there. Oops. Ah. Oh, okay, I see. Nobody judged me, but I just made my third cup of coffee. Wasn't your tag on the RM forums dangerously caffeinated? It only makes sense, right? It doesn't feel like quite the high-speed escape when now I'm having to try to puzzle solve here. Although I'm not sure why I'm in a rush. Things are shaking and things are dramatic and the music is picked up, but nothing seems to be happening. Oh, oops. Oh my gosh, again? Is that scripted? Oh, like you have to do it right, huh? Oh, that's a little bit weird. Like if I did this now, would it just fall? I see. Oh. Physics, right? Yeah. Look at that physics simulation. Oh, and that's the end. Ah! Put that on speedrun.com. An hour 16, huh? Retime it. Guarantee 50-minute run. Alright. Well. Pretty neat. And it's one of the few games I actually reached the end. Of course, I also gave you double the time I normally give people. And I actually paused it properly this time instead of setting the timer on accident. There's an achievement to finish in 10 minutes. Now, once you retime it, I promise you I'm there. You know, once you take out all the loading screens and all that stuff, you know? Definitely 10 minutes. Anyways. I think I'm definitely glad I got this for free. And value is obviously something we talked about and it's tough to do. Personally, I don't know if this is worth the... Actually, $5 is not so bad. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe $5 is okay. Sorry, there's the weird conversion thing, because like when I think of 800 yen, I usually think of $8. And like $8 is like, okay, $8 is... I don't know if I'd pay $8, but $5, yeah. Yeah, well, thank you, sir. First of all, thank you for sticking around so long. That's way more than I would really expect out of any developer. Glad to have you here, like, glad to have you here, share some thoughts about, you know, game making and stuff. You have more experience in this field than most of the people who, you know, who partake in these streams, especially me, the host. Because we're all hobbyists, and so it's definitely cool to have you share some insights. So definitely glad to have you here. And yeah, it's a cool game. I wouldn't pay for anything that's as short as an hour, to be honest. Yeah, but you hate every game, so it doesn't fucking matter. Your opinion doesn't count here. Hey, the only game that you fucking play is like League of Legends, so get out of here. Anyways, so yeah, yeah. Well, that's the game. Oh, we should grade it. Let's grade it. So it doesn't get polish. Polish is one of the more difficult ones. Not even true. Sorry, what MOBA is it? It cost 100,000 to make? Jesus. Game dev's tough. Oh, you're not getting the polish point. You get the accessibility point. So you had plenty of options there. The accessibility point, what I would really love the accessibility point to really go to is like legitimate like accessibility stuff, colorblind modes, whatever. But honestly, if you can't tell by my grade sheet here, even just getting rebindable keys seems like a pretty big ask. So I'm surprisingly generous about how I give out the accessibility point, since we can't even get developers putting in fucking rebindable keys in their goddamn game. So anyways, you got your accessibility point. Clarity. I mean, if we RM devs accounted for the work hours we put into our games, we'd probably reach the same amount of cost. It's the colorblind stuff. I know it's kind of tough because it definitely does take some time to implement. It may be a little bit easier in like let's call it a sandbox engine, an engine where you can basically build practically any kind of game that you can imagine. But as I mentioned earlier with like RPG Maker, first of all, RPG Maker's framework is already based on like really archaic game design philosophies, and if you really want to like make any sort of adjustments to that, you generally have to start like tearing things down in the engine to be able to add that functionality in. So, and because it has this archaic design around it, a lot of devs also don't take this kind of stuff very seriously. I tried looking into like doing colorblind for my game, but like I have very limited budget, and no one's willing to like make that possible for the community. I wanted to do like a community colorblind plugin, because there's pixie filters, right? We use the pixie renderer for RPG Maker, and there are existing pixie filters for colorblindness. They're just not, they're built for like other applications, not RPG Maker, but smart people can integrate them into the pixie integration into RPG Maker, and that's it. So I wanted to do like some sort of like community colorblind plugin. It's just a matter of integrating that, but no one fucking wants to, because no one cares. They all say, yeah, it's such a small part of our audience, and I don't know. Such a small part of the audience, so it's not worth the effort or the money, and I kind of think that's a bad excuse, but at the same time, it's kind of like, well, I guess it's kind of the same thing for me. It's like I have to fork over the cash to do that. So anyways, but yeah, it's good to hear that accessibility is important to you guys. Always glad to see more games implement that kind of stuff. Meg says, I have vision and vertigo issues and was able to watch and see all the footage, so good job. That's nice to hear. The game is very prone to cause vertigo, so I'm glad to hear it didn't trigger for you. No, it's worth the effort. Yeah. I'll have to look into it some more and see how budgeting goes. This month sucks as far as money goes. Can't even fucking pay rent, so... So... Definitely paying programmers to implement stuff is not really on the menu. But next month should be better. So I'll talk to Chaucer, my programmer. I'm pretty sure he knows some Pixie stuff. So I'll just be like, hey, I have these filters. They haven't been integrated into the RPG Maker Pixie thing. Can you integrate them? Anyways. Let's go back to grading. Balance. Balance seems fine. In this case, since it's a puzzle game, we're talking about the difficulty of the puzzles, and I think it's fine. As I've mentioned, I'm a little bit dumb when it comes to puzzle games, and especially when I'm streaming, you know, trying to concentrate on playing the game and commentating at the same time. I have my mind split in two different directions, so I perform half as well. I totally get the money issues. Yeah, don't we all? Unique identity. It's definitely got a unique identity. So we get a 5. You're new here. Let me explain the PACBUT system. This is nothing official, but basically, what it means, this grade does not determine a perfect game, as perfection is subjective and difficult to measure. Instead, the purpose of this grade is to determine how close the game has reached to becoming a viable product for retail. Not all games are attempting to achieve that goal, and therefore a game that may have a grade of 0 does not necessarily mean the game is poorly conceived. Ideally, a game should achieve 6, however, a score of 5 is still considered acceptable. So that's kind of the main point of my grading system here. It's not really grading like it's not really grading subjective stuff. It's doing my best to grade more objective stuff. Although it's even still with objective stuff, it's still kind of a matter of interpretation as well. Doing commentary on top of playing is tough. Yeah, I had a Let's Play channel in the past, so I get it. Yeah, so you understand the streamer brain. So anyways, to explain the stuff, I think it's all pretty self-explanatory, but polish is determined by the developer spending the extra time to ensure that all parts of the game are unified. In other words, the developer took the time to iron out flaws and focus on the small details, improve the quality of the game. Polish makes up all aspects of game, from audio to visuals to writing. Accessibility is determined by the game having an extensive option menu that is well thought out. I had to add that to this because I would see these games that, again, with this being an RPG Maker game thing, where people would take these option menu plugins and drop it into their game, and the option menu plugin like comes pre-configured with like just way too many unnecessary and strange options right out of the gate. That just makes the options menu cluttered, confusing, and most of the options completely unnecessary. So had to append the "that is well thought out" into there, because just because you have a bunch of options doesn't mean it's a good options menu. This includes, but it's not limited to, rebindable keys, multiple graphics settings, and optimizations for different hardware, or features to assist with various handicaps such as colorblind modes. Clarity is determined by how well the game is able to communicate all aspects of itself. Game mechanics should be easily understood by the player through explanation, such as tutorial or intuitive design. The player should know where to go and what to do. Balance is determined by how fair the game feels. Ideally, games should neither be too easy nor too difficult. Unique identity. Unique identity is determined by how well the game is able to exist on its own. This can include how well it stands as a game and not a product of an engine, or how unique its art, mechanics, writing, etc. are compared to other games in the industry. And then technical is pretty self-explanatory. Technical determine how well the game runs. This is the only grade item to remove a point rather than gain a point. Poor performance, glitches, bugs, and crashes will harm this score. Which reminds me. You had a 5, but come on, I know my system is old, but it's a GTX 1080 Ti. Come on, man. It was flagship when it launched. There's a lot of games that I play that are like really high fidelity that I can get really good frame rates out of. Like Doom Eternal. Well, then again, Doom Eternal like can run on basically anything. Doom Eternal, you know, I'm getting 120 FPS in it, running at like not max settings, but pretty high settings. I think Halo Infinite I was able to get running at about 90 frames per second. And admittedly, Halo is also Halo Infinite. I'm not talking about its problems, but I played it when it launched. I know we're not here to discuss Halo Infinite. Just saying it does have some performance problems, but yeah. It's because it's made in Unreal 5 and uses Lumen, so it gets super hungry. Oh, you must change over to Unreal 5 then. Didn't it say on the store page that it's Unreal 4? You need to optimize it a bunch. Yeah. So actually, sorry, it's almost a 5, but I don't do half scores here. You either get the point or you don't. So it's like almost a 5 because basically a lot of things were functional. There were some glitches that you mentioned, like some strange hitboxes, missing death walls, and stuff like that. But mainly the reason why I'm going to actually take the technical point away is mostly because I know, despite my system being fairly old, it can run games well enough. And not being able to reach 60 is oof. So yeah, sorry about that. Actually, it's a 4. Which is, it's not acceptable. According to my completely made-up grading system that I have here, acceptable for a commercial is at least a 5. So never mind, I take it back. I said $5 is okay for it. No, it's all gone. Throw it out the window. Free. Free until you fix it. There we go. Good guy Max. Anyways, alright. There we go, we've graded it. And if you're wondering, by the way, my PACBUT game grades, this is a public Google Doc, or Google Sheets, whatever. And so if you want to, this probably doesn't matter to you, but this is mostly for the other indie games and the developers, is if they want to see why some games got a certain score compared to others, they can access this, and these link out to the videos, these link out to the games. I know it's a little bit backwards. That's because the linking out to the videos came in later, much later in this document's creation, so kind of had to ad hoc it in there. But anyways, so this links out to the original review, and then of course the game over here. It's just the link to the game. So it's publicly available. Anyone who's curious to look at all the different games that I have checked out through my time streaming can definitely access the Google document and look at it at their leisure. See, no worries, it's fair. We're going to work hard in the next month to patch it a lot. Very cool. So, and yeah, I don't know. I haven't seen Mr. Orc say anything. It's 2 o'clock here, and I've been streaming for 4 hours. So, sorry, I know he wants this monkey to dance, but do I have a link? Yeah, the link should be down in the description, I think. The description does tend to change from time to time, and I forget things, so it is possible that it may have slipped my mind. Let me double check. Make sure everything's looking right down in the description. Oh. Ooh, yeah, I don't see it here. It must have accidentally gotten deleted. Okay, let me just get you the link right now then, since you're here. Share with others. Copy link. We gotta go to the live stream. Where is it? Here. Nope. No, YouTube, why do you gotta be weird about this? Here we go. Go to bed, Nolan. Alright, there we go. There's the link. Sorry that it's not in the description. I'll have to fix that. Probably tomorrow, though, because, yep. Because yeah, it's late here, so sorry, Mr. Orc. I know you want to see RTP games. I did promise that I'd at least look at the store page, though, right? Let's look at the store page. The reason I picked this game was because that other developer that we spent most of the stream talking about released an RTP game. I wanted to put a point of comparison. I sadly got to go, but it really was a pleasure. Thanks again for playing, and for every dev here, don't give up. It's a tough industry, but a fulfilling one. Thank you, sir. Good words. Glad to have had you join. And best of luck to your Kickstarter, your team, and Red Trigger 2. So, practice makes best. Yes. And that's why, folks, you gotta finish your game. Stop scoping. Anyways, so before I finish, I also really need to pee. But since I'm about to wrap up, I'm gonna hold it. Let's get through this. We spent a lot of time talking about that dev. He did an RTP game. I picked these games because these are RTP games, but they have had some effort into it. Good to have seen a real game on this channel. Thanks. We've played real games. Come on, man. So, first of all, if I recall correctly, this game was actually developed in about a month. And it is all RTP, but it looks like they might have taken some notes from Avery's tutorials. Looks like they have a number of different plugins. I think it's using an ABS system. We can actually kind of see I think that's what's going on here. So, yeah, I don't know if it's a good game. Probably would play, wise words, ship your games even when they're not perfect. You can make the next one better. Yes, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, this Max guy is a smart guy. It's almost like he has experience in the game industry and knows what he's talking about. Anyways, yeah, so I don't know how well it'd play. We're not going to play it. Maybe I'll save it for the next stream. I don't know if it's worth it because, yeah, no game is ever perfect anyways. Absolutely. Because I don't know if we're going to play in the next stream, maybe, but the only reason why I picked it anyways was to put context around what the guy that was, except for Dungeon Rummage. except for my game. My game's the best one. It is perfect in everything. In every way possible. But anyways, since we don't really need the context surrounding what the guy was talking about and point of comparison and all that, I don't know if it's worth playing this game next time. We'll see. If I don't have anything queued up for the next stream, then maybe I'll toss this in there. Maybe not. But anyways, we'll at least give it a read through. Action RPG made in RPG Maker MZ. The land is dying. The approaching winter would be enough cause for concern, but along with it, numerous monsters roam the land. The corruption seeps into the very soil, poisoning trees and leaving them bare and lifeless. Armed with your trusty bow and sword, you set out to end this crisis once and for all. You must travel into dangerous territories to discover the source of this evil and defeat it before it's too late. Under the Hunter's Moon is a simple action RPG. Enemies roam the map and give out gold and XP when defeated. The bow needs to be drawn before you can let loose the arrows, so you need to consider your movements carefully. And then there's the credits. So, anyways, there we have it. This was the game that I was going to play. Yeah, but gosh darn it, I'm tired. It's 2 a.m. So, anyways, really, this was a really cool stream. So, I don't know. I don't know what else to say. It's super cool. I really like this stream. I had fun. I hope everyone else had fun during the stream. I know I only played 2 games. I actually only scheduled 3 specifically because I knew I was going to spend a long time chatting, but didn't even actually make it to the 3rd game. So, oh well. Next time, I'll tell you what. We'll play some games next time as well. I'm back to work again, so progress on my game is going slow once again. So there's not a lot to show off, since not a lot of progress has been made. So why don't we play some more games next weekend to kind of make up for only playing 2 games this week. Have a nice rest. You deserved it for once. Thanks, man. So kind. Alright, well, thank you so much. I guess I gotta put the lady to sleep. Oh, wait. That's the lady right there. There, she's sleeping though. Anyways, I gotta put the lady to bed. So, alright. She'll be upset if she knew did that. She really didn't want to be seen on stream. So, shh, don't tell her. Anyways, alright. Thank you guys so much. And I'll see you guys next time when we play some more games. Bye. Secret fucking